This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. One of the most famous trial attorneys of the 20th century and a proud son of Wyoming, Jerry Spence died Wednesday in his Montecito, California home at the age of 96. Spence was a legend among the trial bar, especially for his civil practice and criminal defense work. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland was notified of Spence's passing by his family.
Spence's stepson, Chris Hawks, texted me at midnight saying that he had passed. And I stayed up half the night reading his autobiography. And then first thing in the morning, I talked to his law partner of 25 years, Bob Schuster, Jim Fitzgerald, whom he mentored, former Governor Mike Sullivan, who was a friend and a law colleague and a little daunted at times by Jerry Spence during his law career. And really the prevailing theme was that Spence was successful because he faced his fears and he told powerful stories.
Spence rose to national prominence through a series of landmark cases, including a $10.5 million verdict for the family of nuclear whistleblower Karen Silkwood and the successful defense of former Philippine First Lady Imelda Marcos. For more than a century, mineral rights have been carved up, sold off, and passed down through families across Wyoming, often leaving current landowners in the dark about who actually owns what lies beneath their property. Now, Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that lawmakers are proposing to let landowners reclaim long-abandoned mineral estates, resolving tangled ownership dating to the homesteading era and protecting the rights of property owners.
And basically what it would do is create laws like we have for abandoned property. And so what this law ostensibly would do is revert that ownership to the surface owner and try and give them better standing and basically create a more easy to understand and clear path for these property owners.
The draft legislation is modeled after a similar measure in North Dakota, but lawmakers and stakeholders say it still needs a lot of work. The healthcare landscape in Wyoming just became a little bit rockier with the announcement that one of the 3 healthcare insurers available on the Affordable Care Act's healthcare exchange in Wyoming is leaving the state. Mountain Health Co-op, which insures just over 11,000 people in Wyoming, told its members on Wednesday that it's pulling out of the Cowboy State by the end of this year. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that will leave the Wyoming network with just 2 providers, United Healthcare and Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Wyoming is already a pretty high cost state, and so Mountain Health Co-op had proposed a 32% increase in their premiums. Now they have decided to just pull the plug on Wyoming and exit the state.
Consumers do have options. There are still 2 insurers on the marketplace and hundreds of licensed insurance companies that sell various healthcare insurance products in our state. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Find expert vascular care right here in Wyoming. Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WIVA, is a division of Casper Medical Imaging and is home to experienced subspecialized physicians and physician assistants who provide comprehensive services to treat vascular disease. From PAD and AAA to venous disease, WIVA offers tailored solutions to get you back to enjoying the things you love. Schedule a consultation with WIVA today at caspermedicalimaging.net/WIVA or by calling 307-577-1003.
The Cheyenne-born restaurant chain that brought the world Taco Tuesday and Potato Olays is quietly saying adios to Wyoming and fully relocating its corporate headquarters to Minnesota after 56 years in business. A former Taco John's executive told Cowboy State Daily's David Madison that the move was kept deliberately under wraps, given the strong emotional ties many maintain with the restaurant chain that started as a taco stand outside the entrance to Cheyenne Frontier Days and now includes around 380 stores.
Just as the soft taco shell binds to the hard taco shell and the taco bravo, the people of Cheyenne have an undeniable bond with this chain. When you have a 56-year-old restaurant, automatically there's going to be nostalgia. Nothing is more nostalgic than smells and tastes and tradition. Taco Bell is the real kind of gorilla in the room that really took over the world of fast food tacos. But you had these regional success stories in Wyoming, parts of Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, all the way to Minneapolis, you had Taco John's.
Despite corporate headquarters now calling Minnesota home, Cheyenne won't soon shake its love for Taco John's. It's embedded in the community's DNA through decades of shared meals and memories. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Cowboy State Daily showing a finally Friday. We got a bunch of stuff we got to get to. The buckskin fringe jacket wearing lawyer has moved on to his next case. At the age of 96, Wyoming's own Jerry Spence has died, and Claire McFarland of the Cowboy State Daily had the scoop on that. And the rest of the world followed in her lead. Also today, Taco John's bidding adios to Cheyenne and Wyoming. Wow. There's a lot of folks that have real allegiances to their Mexican fast food. Some that swear by Taco John's and wouldn't ever consider Taco Bell or any of the others. Taco John's is moving their headquarters to Minnesota. What does it mean? Is it still going to be the same old Taco John's? We'll talk to a former CEO of the decades-old Wyoming favorite. Trump and Putin are getting together in Alaska. And I don't know, a whole bunch more stories. We will check weather for you. Don Dave's weather forecast. It looks like this, the day weather forecast for Wyoming today, looking like a pretty nice day. Some moisture starting to creep into the scene. It's been bulletproof, sun, dry, hot, and that's why we got a big fire outside of Thermopolis going to blow it up to 20,000 acres and force some evacuations just east of Thermop. Slight chance of rain in Casper in the afternoon. Today, otherwise mostly sunny, highs 90. Lander also could see a shower in late afternoon. Otherwise partly sunny, 86. In Evanston, chance of rain in the afternoon. Otherwise mostly cloudy in Evanston, 81. Rock Springs, maybe rain in the afternoon as well. Partly sunny, 78. Could see a rain shower in Pinedale. Afternoon, sunny, breezy, 75. Otherwise, Afton, sunny, 81 with a chance of rain in the afternoon. DuBois, clouds on the increase today, breezy, high 76 with a chance of rain in the afternoon. Jackson, just a slight chance of rain, mostly sunny, highs 82. Thermopolis, maybe some rain in the afternoon, and that would be very welcome. Clouds on the increase, 92 in Thermopolis. Slight chance of rain in Cody with highs 84. Buffalo might see a rain shower in the afternoon, otherwise sunny 83. Sheridan, you'll hit 90 with plenty of sunshine today and hot. Gillette, rain might show up around 3, otherwise mostly sunny till then with highs 91. Newcastle 89 with a rain shower in the afternoon, mostly sunny in Torrington, highs 96. Wheatland, rain shower around 4 this afternoon, otherwise mostly sunny, hot, 93 in Wheatland. Bill Sniffen's been to Wheatland not long ago. He'll tell us about a fun road trip he made later in the show. Cheyenne, chance of rain in the afternoon, sunny 88 until then. Laramie 85 with a rain shower maybe around 2 o'clock. Clouds increasing today. Rawlins, sunny 86 with a rain shower on the way for around 4. So pretty much everybody today going to enjoy mostly sunny, warm conditions with a little bit moisture creeping in and maybe some rain shower activity in the afternoon. For some places, that'll be good news. We need some moisture. Boy, we're halfway through August now, and it is getting tender dry. Thermopolis. In fact, let's go right there first and talk about that fire. 20,000 acres. Evacuations. Greg Johnson has the scoop in the Cowboy State Daily. What was a small wildfire reported about 14 miles east of Thermopolis Wednesday has blowed up. Estimated 20,000 acres by the following day. It's being called the Red Canyon Fire. It's prompted some evacuations in mostly rural areas. Now, I would imagine east of Thermopolis, this fire, with the prevailing winds, would not be headed toward town. It would continue to head into rural areas like Buffalo Creek, Kirby Creek, Red Hole. Those areas under evacuations, road closures included. Black Mountain Road just west of Kirby Creek Road, possibly threatened. Kirby Creek, Black Mountain, not yet under evacuation orders, but you should be standing ready to go. Smoke plume from the fire visible in Thermopolis. The town is not threatened. James Coates, 14-year veteran of the Thermopolis Volunteer Fire Department, he and his folks have been fighting the fire since about 6 in the afternoon Wednesday. He said it's a very active fire. Explosive growth happening in rugged areas of the county. The fire is still many miles from town and still, I believe, would be heading away from town. Coates said mid-August he's looking at potential wildfire fuels that are extremely dry and don't take much to touch off. He said it's a tinderbox out there. Dry, hot, and definitely the way the weather is right now is tough. We're not getting much weather help. We do have a possibility of some rain showers in the afternoon for Thermopolis. Probably not a big moisture that's going to slow anything too much. Otherwise, hot. Boy, those firefighters going to be wearing all their heavy equipment and the fire-resistant clothing. Everything these firefighters wear is thick and heavy. Oh, and it's going to be low 90s in Thermopolis today. That's tough. And they can see the smoke from the town of Thermopolis. A Type 3 BLM wildfire management team has been called in to take control of the fire. We'll keep an eye on this. Greg Johnson will be watching it for you. Big 20,000 acre fire east of Thermopolis. And we're in that part of the year as we get into the second half of August and through much of September, where any fire start can be a serious problem. Yeah, be careful out there. Big story, lead story of the day. Jerry Spence, famed defense attorney, Wyoming native, dead at the age of 96. Claire McFarland received word through family that Jerry passed away overnight in his home Wednesday in Montecito, California. Spence, he and his wife Imogene, split time between California and their Thunderhead Ranch in just outside of DuBois and Jackson. I mean, I guess Spence wasn't at the Thunderhead lately. There was issues with his trial college there. A bit of a falling out. Jerry Spence got a pretty nice spread in Jackson, that's for sure. I've seen it. Yeah, I wouldn't mind hanging out there. Maybe not for the winter, but yeah, I think he winters in California, summers in Jackson. And what a legend, Jerry Spence. Legendary. I mean, he's the guy they make movies about, write books about, and mostly because, I mean, high-profile cases for sure. That didn't hurt. The defense of Ed Cantrell in the Rock Springs murder case. Landmark multi-million-dollar verdicts for whistleblower Karen Silkwood, for former Philippine First Lady Imelda Marcos, the acquittal of the Idaho survivalist Randy Weaver in that Ruby Ridge standoff. There was a whole bunch of stuff that he did to win cases. He railed against the machine his whole career. He had no love for big government or corporate America. And he saw those two entities, big government and corporate America, as reasons why not every American can get justice. And he spoke about it many times. When you talk to the average American and you say, what does justice mean to you? Most average wide-eyed Americans who, young, would say, well, this is a great country because everybody has equal access to justice. Whether you're poor or rich, you can get justice in the democracy of America. And Jerry Spence says that is bunk. If you don't have money, you're probably not getting justice. And it's the reason why he made it's the reason why he mentored young lawyers. He's like, you don't get justice in this country, certainly not when you go up against corporate America, big entities, and government. They don't want you to have justice. And Jerry Spence fought for the little guy, man. He made a career of it. And he did it in a unique way. I mean, besides being super smart, Jerry Spence was just a talker, a philosopher, a poet. When he opened his mouth, he could hypnotize a jury and probably the judge along with it. Just great to listen to him talk. A lot of people know Jerry, remember Jerry Spence. If you remember him and you've been around a little while, maybe you got introduced to him during the O.J. Simpson trial when network television used him as insider, as a lawyer, an expert opinion, and he would take us into the trial and explain what each side was trying to do, and he did it in his unique, folksy Jerry Spence way. And that was, for many people, that was an introduction. They're like, who is this guy? This white-haired, fringe-wearing, buckskin-wearing jacket lawyer from Wyoming. This guy's pretty cool. Yeah, he was a pretty cool lawyer. There's just not been one like him. Even though he's got a Jerry Spence method, he teaches later in his career, it was important to him to instruct young lawyers on some of his methods. He's got a Jerry Spence method of lawyering, and one of his proteges, or at least someone who looked up to Spence and learned under him and continued later in his career to actually teach in the Jerry Spence method. What is that? Well, we'll ask him. Jim Fitzgerald's going to be on later. He's a lawyer, successful lawyer in his own right. And we'll talk to him about what exactly is the Spence method. And why is it different from what lawyers learn? And is it still alive today? Spence, a fierce warrior in court, but also a warm and generous kind of teacher, generous with his time, generous with his advice, said Jim Fitzgerald. Jim will be on with us later today and talk about Jerry Spence and remembering him. Claire McFarland had that story about the passing of Jerry Spence. I had no idea he was that old. I knew he was getting up there and no longer, taking cases and out there practicing actively. I didn't know he was in his 90s. Wow, 96. Well, most of us should be so lucky to get that far. Health insurance becoming, health insurance has been a big issue for a while. In Wyoming, it's especially painful. For Wyoming, you're down to basically 2 health insurers. 2. Mountain Health Co-op, Montana-based, announced yesterday it's out. It's no longer going to cover Wyoming residents anymore at the end of the year. And part of it was tripped by the big, beautiful bill and the sunset of tax credits. The healthcare tax credits available during the previous Obama, the Obamacare tax credits went away. So that for some health insured, if you were health insured, that it's really going to be painful. The increase you're going to see if you're privately insured, if you're individually insured, you went out and got your own health insurance. With those tax credits gone now and not replaced in the big, beautiful bill, that bill just let the tax credits go away. Increase in your rates are going to be huge. Both the last 2 providers left in Wyoming, the Wyoming network is left with just 2 providers, United Healthcare, which is a recent addition to the exchange, and Legacy BCBS, Blue Cross Blue Shield. Both have proposed large double-digit rate increases to their offerings on the healthcare exchange. Blue Cross seeking about a 20% rate increase, and United's looking at nearly a 30% increase for anybody who's insured under those. Mountain Health Co-op had been looking at a 32% increase just to remain viable before they decided to just pull the plug. They made the announcement Wednesday that the insurer is going to leave the state, and the CEO, Blair Yesesh, I'm not sure how you pronounce his name. An F and a J should never appear next to each other in a name, in my opinion. FJ. Those are 2 consonants that shouldn't be next to each other ever. They're never next to each other in any normal word. Blair, how do you say your last name? FJ. Fiesich. It's too early in the morning. CEO Blair said several things contributed to Mountain Health leaving the state, but the high cost of healthcare in Wyoming right at the top. She said Wyoming is one of the highest costs of care states, and it's created uncertainty, and it is just barely beginning to be a huge issue. Check out Cowboy State Daily's opinion opinion tab on the website, and you'll see a really good piece, more on the story from the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming CEO Diane Gore. And she said the same thing in her column, guest column, what you need to know about changing healthcare costs. Diane Gore says health insurance premiums are set to rise, and here's why. And yeah, read that. She is worried about what's going on in health insurance in Wyoming, left with now just 2 insurers after the announcement Wednesday the Mountain Health Co-op is leaving the state, and that leaves us with just United Health and Blue Cross Blue Shield. More on that later. We'll talk more about that and some of the alarming numbers that you may see, especially if you're self-insured. If you're self-insured, you're going to see huge rate increases in the coming months, certainly by next year. And if you're insured with a company, the trickle down is going to mean your company is going to start feeling a crunch for your insurance. It's tough. It's tough in Wyoming with insurance. We'll be right back after a quick break with more on the Cowboy State Daily Show, the final Friday edition. Finally Friday. It's not the final Friday. There'll be another Friday and another one after that. Until that asteroid alien ship gets here, which is December 5th. Then I don't know if there'll be any more Fridays.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Here are the stories you're talking about this morning. A lot of folks worried about that fire east of Thermopolis. That's getting more than 600 impressions, 186 shares on Facebook. Sickening, heartbreaking, some are saying, as local ranchers out there trying to battle these fires themselves, but they'll soon have help as a Type 3 BLM team has been called in. One of the big trending stories on Facebook for Cowboy State Daily, as is the goof up at the F.E. Warren Base Exchange Store, where a antelope and the wrong antelope is on T-shirts. I don't know where you can get these T-shirts. The F.E. Warren Base Exchange Store ended up with T-shirts depicting an antelope, but not that antelope. No, wrong kind of antelope. It's actually the real African antelope. Here in Wyoming, we call our pronghorn antelope mistakenly, but a lot of people still do it, and sometimes defiantly so. Similar to the bison buffalo, very similar. A buffalo in Wyoming, though they've been called buffalo since Buffalo Bill Cody and before that, everybody refers to them as buffalo, conjuring, it's the water buffalo of wherever water buffalo are from. Where's the water buffalo native to? It's very similar, but not the same. The prairie bison is a lot different than the water buffalo, which lives over there in Asia somewhere. Today, water buffalo can be found in Southeast Asia, the Balkans, and other places. And this thing, the horns curl. It's just different looking. It's not the same. And the real antelope doesn't live in Wyoming. The real antelope looks a lot different, especially when you see it on the T-shirt. Oh, oops. Yeah, it's, I'm looking at a photo, sharing a photo of it now. The F.E. Warren Air Force Base, I guess they got a swag shop. I didn't know it was that. I didn't know it was something you'd be a fan of, the F.E. Warren Air Force Base. I mean, it's not like your favorite football team. It's not like I'm running out getting a Viking shirt. Minnesota Vikings with 2 male cheerleaders. Oh, we got to talk about that later. I don't want to be homophobic, but it just doesn't look right. And I see the male cheerleaders in college because you need guys to throw the girls up in the air and catch them. And that looks normal to me. But these 2 pom-pom waving cheerleaders for the Vikings, no man on the Minnesota Vikings. It just doesn't look right. And it's a continuation of Minnesota, the state, being just way more woke than the rest of us. Congrats. And it's It's also, Vikings. Anyway, back to the F.E. Warren Air Force Base souvenir shop. Since 1947, the T-shirt proudly declares, and one of the T-shirts you can buy to pledge your allegiance to the F.E. Warren Air Force Base, as if, they needed a fan base, is it's got a bison on it, and the bison looks good. It looks like a, Wyoming buffalo. But the one with the pronghorn, and it was, you can see how these were ordered on Etsy or Fiverr. In fact, somebody did comment. Scott says this is what happens when you hire a designer on Fiverr. If you're not familiar with Fiverr, it's Amazon, and Scott also says Amazon has a lot of Yellowstone T-shirts with a Cape buffalo on them, or a water buffalo, which, as I just said, looks a lot different than our prairie bison. So obviously F.E. Warren Air Force Base ordered a bunch of shirts made, not that many actually, and they're stuck with them. So you can buy one of these. Maybe it's a collector's item, as in like a mistake. Like in 1943 when they made a handful of copper pennies by accident. Maybe this could be a collector's item that'll increase in value. Mark Hines has a story about a mix-up over the different meanings of antelope. So when we say antelope and we need some antelope T-shirts over here at the F.E. Warren Air Force Base. Pronto. Stat. ASAP. And the person on the other end of the line is like, antelope. Okay. It looks up an antelope, and the internet shows you a real antelope from wherever I just said they were from, not our pronghorn. That's a different animal. We call them antelope, and it's just totally mistaken. I mean, speed goat is probably more accurate, but they're not a goat and they're not an antelope. They're their own thing, these pronghorn. So miscommunication, and now you've got a T-shirts that show the African species, the silhouette of an African species antelope, known as really a kudu. Your favorite newspaper crossword puzzle answer, because not many words are Kudu. You see that a lot, African antelope, and the answer is kudu. It has a hump on its back and long curly horns, which doesn't look anything like our antelope. Oops. The store staff were under the mistaken impression, the store ordered these. They were under the mistaken impression that it was universally understood when you say antelope, we're talking about those really fast pronghorn from Wyoming. Not necessarily. The shirts were delivered last fall, and Jolynn Rhodes, the manager at the Basic Change, said, oh dear. She said, after I ordered them, we got them, I realized it was wrong, and we were stuck with them. I think in all 50 shirts with an antelope on them that isn't the antelope we're talking about. Maybe now that we've made a story of it and Mark Hines has put it in a story, maybe they will sell out as a collector's item, as a flat out mistake, like the stamp, the postage stamp with the plane upside down, or just some error. Wasn't there a postage stamp that had an airplane upside down? Postage stamp, airplane upside. And by the time I Google these, we always have people texting and telling me the answers. Oh, the inverted Jenny. Oh, yeah. That stamp sold for $2 million. Yeah, it's got a plane upside down. Stamp collectors originally priced at 24 cents. It's called the inverted Jenny stamp. U.S. Post Office, 1918. Depicting a biplane called the Curtis JN, known as a Jenny. But in a rush to print the stamps, the plane was accidentally printed upside down. Only one sheet of the 100 upside down stamps went public, and you can rarely find one of these stamps that turns up anymore today. The last one sold for $2 million. Huh. How about, the inverted Jenny, the upside down airplane. I knew it. I'm just double checking myself. So I think maybe the Francis E. Warren Air Force Base exchange store in in Cheyenne has a bunch of t-shirts with the wrong antelope on it. And because of the publicity of Mark Hines' story and me yakking about it for the last 15 minutes, they'll probably sell all of them. Mistake be damned. Because prior to Mark Hines' story, I don't think the majority of Wyomingites even knew there was a t-shirt shop at the FE Air Force Base. Did you know you could buy souvenirs at the F.E. Warren Air Force Base in Cheyenne? I had no idea. You can get a t-shirt, F.E. Warren Air Force Base since 1947. The 50 shirts with the bison look pretty good. Look pretty cool. Not as cool and crazy as the one with the antelope from Africa or Asia or wherever they're from. Total mistake, but I think a collector's item now. Cowboy State Daily, finally Friday show. We'll be right back after this break.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kids should know.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Cowboy State Daily Show and Jake on a Friday. Some folks having a little bit of heartburn over a Cowboy State Daily story written by Dale Killingbeck concerning the man that was shot and killed in Casper at the gas station there at the Conoco. I can understand the argument. I'm not sure I'm quite there with them, but I get the argument. Here's what it comes from. This is taking place in the Facebook comment section. It's interesting. I think it's relevant to the conversation. Riverton resident is finally ID'd. A Riverton man, a victim of the shooting, which still is clouded with unanswered questions. We don't know who the shooter is. The shooter has not been arrested, and police just say it's an ongoing investigation. But it took 2-3 days. It took at least 72 hours to even get an ID on the 34-year-old. I mean, that is why I think it is relevant to bring up the victim's criminal record, and that's what people are objecting to. Here's the story. We find out finally, I think this is now 3 days after the incident. When was the incident? Last night we finally ID'd the victim. Busy gas station and C-store. Casper Police Department investigating a shooting. Remember, this is the one where 2 men and a woman were allegedly seen chasing another man. The man being chased finally stopped, turned, and produced a firearm and shot one of them. Chasing. Shot him dead. And in the aftermath of that, which happened, I want to say Sunday afternoon. Yeah. Sunday at 3:30. So Sunday, then we get to Monday. We had very few answers on Monday. Dale Killingbeck talked to the C-store manager, the dude that was working that day. He had a few things to say. Casper Police Department had even less to say. And we go Sunday night, we go all of Monday, all of Tuesday, all of Wednesday. We still don't know who the victim is or who the shooter is. 4 days later, no answers. Then finally, yesterday, we get ID on the victim. 34-year-old Casper man. His name is Evander Eagle Road of Riverton. And the coroner James Whips released a news release, reports that he had to use scientific identification to learn of the man's identity, meaning fingerprints, basically. I don't know why coroners and, some people get caught up in terminology. They got to use the fancy words. Coroner Whip said we had to use scientific identification. In other words, we got his fingerprints. His fingerprints matched a law enforcement database. Next of kin has been notified. But what is causing a little bit of angst was some of our Facebook commenters is why the criminal record of the victim is included in this story. Dale Killingback says Wyoming court records show 10 incidents involving Eagle Road, 10 encounters with the court system beginning back in starting in 2016 and running through current. Misdemeanors, traffic citations, charge of theft under $1,000 was the most recent. That was back in December of 24. He was sentenced to 45 days in jail. So his criminal record, some folks are saying, well, what's that got to do with the story? Why bring that up? And I understand. Sheila said, and I like the way Sheila said this. I think this is a trend, by the way. She said, if I'm unalived somewhere and they need to use a criminal database to identify me, and then they go on and mention every single crime, big or small, that I've committed in my life, SYBAU. I don't know what that stands for. Sheila, I love her way of talking. If I'm unalived somewhere, in other words, killed, what is SY? I'm sure it's something naughty that we probably can't even say. Internet slang for, oh, yeah. Shut your BA up. Okay. Yeah, Sheila, I like the way you talk and I like the way you write. She said, if I'm unalived somewhere, and this is the best the journalist can do, is to go into my criminal background. And a lot of people agreed. What is the criminal background? Why do we need to know that Evander Eagle Road, recently deceased at the C-store incident, why do we need to know the bad things that he did? I personally think it is relevant to the story, because my big question in this whole thing is not only what happened, why is someone chasing someone, and then why is the chaser suddenly the deceased? I have question. What? And my biggest question, though, now 5 days after the incident, is how do we not know who the dead guy is? If I'm unalived somewhere, and if Sheila, God forbid, is unalived somewhere, we probably have identification on our body. A wallet, a license, something that says who we are. Or we have a family or friend who says, so-and-so's overdue. We haven't seen him and we fear that this could be him. Or that something, this guy was unidentified and apparently unmissed for 5 days. And the only way we even know who he is we had to get his fingerprints. Now I'm starting to understand, because I'm building a little bit of a profile of who this guy might be. I'm not making any judgments on him. I'm just trying to understand how a 34-year-old person in this world can have zero internet presence. I Googled him. And zero identification. It's as if he does not exist. Except for the criminal background. The only reason we know who Evander Eagle Road is one, he's laying dead on the gas station parking lot Sunday afternoon, and two, he's been in the court system 10 times. So, okay, I'm understanding, like, maybe I'm connecting dots as to how or why he comes to be shot. I don't know, but it gives me a little bit of background. And it lets me know, look, this wasn't dad running out to get a jug of milk for the family and, ran into an unfortunate shooting. Like, I'm starting to get a little more answers and clarity as to what happened. That's why I think it's relevant to add Eagle Road's criminal record. I mean, for one thing, that's all we know about the guy. But I do understand the arguments, people on Facebook saying, shame on you, Cowboy State Daily, for just bringing up the deceased criminal background and record. What's that got to do with the story, et cetera, et cetera. I get that. That's a valid point. And I also see why the author put that in the story, too. We're going to talk later with some people in the know about why or what is Taco John's moving their headquarters. What's that mean? Can we still enjoy Taco John's? That's the most important thing. I don't care if they're headquartered on the moon. We still going to get the Taco Bravo. We still going to get them Olays, potato Olays. Is anything going to change at Taco John's? That's all diners care about, those who love Taco John's. But it does have a rich history of being a Wyoming fast food. And you can't really say that about any food, you know? Five Guys, Smash Burger, McDonald's, Taco Bell, any fast food you can think of. They weren't born in Wyoming. Every taco place that's the competitor of Taco John's based in California, pretty much. Taco Bell, Taco, whatever. I don't eat Mexican fast food myself. The wife loves it. But all the taco places that are the competitors of Taco John, they're all based in California. I looked up 4 of them, and all 4 were in California, and then I stopped looking. So to have one that began right here in Cheyenne, that's saying something. But now they're going to move headquarter operations to Minneapolis, Minnesota. What does that mean for Taco John's? And are we ready to say goodbye? I'm not. We'll talk to a former CEO of Taco John's. He just did retire in 2024. He had some familiarity with Minneapolis. In fact, he set up a satellite headquarters, and that may have been the first step towards moving to Minnesota. The former CEO. It was his idea in 2020 to set up a satellite office there because they had so many Taco John's up there in Minneapolis. People were crazy for Taco John's in Minnesota. Good. That's great. Expand the franchise. When there were so many that to properly serve them, they needed sort of a satellite headquarter, a quasi headquarter. Now it has become the headquarter. And I'm not sure what your advantages are to move to Minnesota. I can't imagine that there's tax incentive. Wyoming has no corporate tax. To headquarter here, you think Wyoming be first on your list? We'll talk more about that story. That's a breaking story. Taco John's departing Wyoming. David Madison has the scoop. For 56 years, the Wyoming-based Mexican fast food chain has been right here in Wyoming. Started in Cheyenne in a taco truck, a food truck that became a brick and mortar. It was the dream of John Turner, hence Taco John, and later purchased by a couple of dudes. And look at it today. Taco John's big time, but an emotional break for many. The whole deal was kept on the down low, hush hush. And now the announcement this week that Taco John's is bringing their Taco Tuesday. Taco John's invented that, by the way. Taco John's trademarked that, by the way, back in 1980-something, 89. That was a Taco John idea. Taco Tuesday. The whole word, everybody says it now, Taco Tuesday. In fact, that was the argument of Taco Bell when they sued Taco John, saying, you can't use that as a trademark. That's universal now. Well, that's thanks to effective marketing. Taco John's rocked it so hard, Taco Tuesday, that it did become synonymous with just everybody. You know, all of a sudden it wasn't Taco John's anymore. I mean, Taco Tuesday. But in 1989, Taco John's did trademark that phrase. All right, we got to rock out of here and take a break for the news. It's the Cowboy State Daily Fine Leaf Friday edition with Jake, and we'll be back after our affiliates play their news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. Despite being removed from the official agenda of a legislative meeting in Casper on Thursday, a former Speaker of the Wyoming House of Representatives was allowed to testify there for nearly 30 minutes. Tom Lubnau's 28-minute remote testimony to the Legislative Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions Committee followed his unceremonious removal from the agenda days earlier by committee co-chair Christopher Knapp. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the legislator had voiced concerns with the acerbic nature of Lubnau's weekly political column in Cowboy State Daily.
In my experience covering legislative meetings, for a public commenter to be given a half-hour testimony is almost unheard of, or at least extremely rare. And Chairman Knapp told me on Wednesday, he was like, look, yes, he's taken off the schedule, but I mean, he's allowed to speak during public comment. And if I'm chairing that meeting, I'll even give him extra time in light of his great expertise in this area.
On Thursday, Lubnau told McFarland he was sorry that the controversy distracted from the real objective, which is making good laws in Wyoming. Well, what was a small wildfire reported about 14 miles east of Thermopolis on Wednesday evening has exploded to an estimated more than 20,000 acres as of Thursday evening. What's been named the Red Canyon Fire also has prompted evacuations of homes in the rural area, according to Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson.
Don't know exactly when it was started, but likely started when it was noticed Wednesday evening. And when I first checked in on it Thursday morning, it was estimated at about 300 acres. By 5 o'clock Thursday, it was 15,000 acres. That shows how by mid-August, fire conditions are just off the charts. Everything is dry. There's fuel loads just ready to go. It doesn't take much. I think just a squirrel looking at you wrong will set it on fire. And then it just burns. They've called in a Type 3 incident management team to oversee fighting this fire. They know how to fight these things.
The fire is burning in the Red Hole, Kirby Creek, and Buffalo Creek areas, which are included in the evacuation. However, while the smoke plume from the fire is visible in Thermopolis, officials say the town itself isn't threatened. Cowboy Energy of Sheridan has invested millions of dollars and spent 3 years developing what would be one of Wyoming's first agriculture-friendly solar installations. The project promises to generate badly needed property tax revenue for Goshen County while allowing agricultural operations to continue on the same land, putting the farm in solar farm. But Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that there's a catch. The company says there's currently no feasible way to transmit that electricity to market.
This company would love to get the project off the ground. They have the support of the economic development team there. I think they're also opponents to this as well. The plan appears to be mostly in place to get this very large solar farm up and running, except the crucial element of where do you transmit? If you can't get your electricity to market, you don't have a project.
The CEO of Go Goshen Economic Development, Brian Young, said the solar project would generate needed economic benefits for the county of about 12,000 people. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Find expert vascular care right here in Wyoming. Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WIVA, is a division of Casper Medical Imaging and is home to experienced subspecialized physicians and physician assistants who provide comprehensive services to treat vascular disease. From PAD and AAA to venous disease, WIVA offers tailored solutions to get you back to enjoying the things you love. Schedule a consultation with WIVA today at caspermedicalimaging.net/WIVA or by calling 307-577-1003.
When browsing around the F.E. Warren Air Force Base Exchange store, one might do a double take when catching a glimpse of a silhouette of an African antelope on a t-shirt commemorating the Wyoming Air Force Base. But Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that it was simple miscommunication between the store's staff and a shirt maker when the store put in an order for roughly 50 shirts with an antelope on them.
There are so many antelope. We call them antelope, but they're actually pronghorn. On the F.E. Warren base, they wanted to have a t-shirt that kind of commemorated them. So they ordered a t-shirt with an antelope on it. What they got were t-shirts with the picture of an antelope on them, except it was an African greater kudu antelope, an actual antelope, and not a pronghorn. The ordering manager said, you know what, we'll just be more specific next time. In the meantime, she said, I'm stuck with these shirts.
Since they couldn't send back the t-shirts with an African antelope on them, the staff decided to make the best of it, adding that people really do enjoy them as a novelty item. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
You know it's a Friday because I've got hair issues. Man, I was out late last night. Sorry. Cowboy State Daily, Friday show. We're halfway through August. We're going too fast, man. Because when we get to September, summer is slipping through our fingers. And I did hear some stupid geese heading south a couple days ago. Back when we had that little bit of a cold spell, some harebrained geese got it in their head to start leaving, making plans to get out of town. What? In August. We'll ask Don Day when he comes on whether we can enjoy a long summer, Indian summer. Is that politically correct to say? I mean, that's what we call it. Whatever, an extended summer. I want all of September to feel like summer. And I might want some of October in there as well. We had Tom Lubnow on yesterday. And Tom was making some noise about getting booted from the agenda on this committee. He wasn't making a lot of noise. Actually, Claire McFarland on his behalf was making the noise. Tom Lubnow writes a column for the Cowboy State Daily, a regular column. In it, he has been occasionally critical of Freedom Caucus members. He's had various claims about them. Well, there is some Freedom Caucus heavies on this committee, including the dude with the gavel, Chair Chris Knapp. And Chris Knapp had just come off a meeting back on July 30th that got rowdy. And I can see where he's coming from. He just run a committee meeting where some guest speakers, some expert speakers, some people that it just got like nasty. Christopher Knapp, Republican Gillette, he's a committee co-chair for the Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions Committee. And back on July 30th, some heated exchanges. And so coming off of that, co-chair Chris Knapp is like, I want to run a smooth meeting here, and I don't want it being a circus. So now he's looking at the next meeting coming up, and he's got a guy on the agenda named Tom Lubnow. And Knapp is thinking, oh boy, I know this guy. He's been writing some articles in the Cowboy State Daily that have not been too favorable to me and my cohorts at the Freedom Caucus. Well, I'm going to head this off at the pass. And he redlines Lubnow's name off the agenda and says, well, Tom, if you want to share your thoughts, you can do it during public comment. Which is a demotion. I don't care how it's framed by Rodriguez Williams. Representative Rachel Rodriguez Williams, Republican from Cody. I like her. She's got game. I love the try here. When she said, well, that just shows you when Tom Lubnow, and again, former speaker Tom Lubnow, he didn't really complain on his own behalf that he got axed off the agenda. He wasn't complaining that much. It was Claire McFarland who noted, that's kind of odd that he should get removed. Rod Miller, another guy quoted in the story, said, that's kind of odd that he should get removed. In fact, Rod Miller said more than odd. He said, I must say, with all the respect I can muster, that this behavior exhibited towards a former Speaker of the House and my fellow columnist Tom Lubnow was beneath the dignity of the Wyoming legislature. And it did not go unnoticed. So it appeared to be a slight to more than 2 or 3 people. Claire McFarland wrote a story, asked Christopher Knapp for comment. Christopher Knapp admitted, I took him off the agenda because of stuff he wrote in the Cowboy State Daily. And if he wants to talk to us, he can do it during public comment. Now, Lubnow did not whine about that. I did. I had Tom on the show yesterday. I said, Tom, that's a demotion. When you're on an agenda, when you're on an agenda to speak on a certain topic, and he was to speak on a Wyoming Public Records Act, of where he does have a lot of expertise, a lot of knowledge, more so than the average person who walks up to the podium in the mic and takes 2 minutes to just rail on complaining. The average Joe citizen, which is important stuff. But Tom Lubnow, former speaker, lawyer, and someone who knows a whole lot about Wyoming public records and lawmaking, he's not your average cab driver who takes some time off in his day to come to a meeting to yell into a mic for 2 minutes. He's a little bit above that. So that's a demotion to get bucked down to, well, Tom, if you want to address the committee, you can do it in a public comment period, where you're typically not given the same amount of time or consideration or courtesy, really. But Representative Rachel Rodriguez Williams jumps in on this issue. She chairs the Wyoming Freedom Caucus, so she probably is not a huge fan of Tom Lubnow. Tom's probably not on her Christmas card list. And she said in a text Thursday, she said, when officials see the public comment period as beneath them, they reveal exactly where their loyalties lie and it's not with the people. Being relegated, so-called relegated, to stand with the citizens should be an honor, not an insult. Now, that is well spoken. That's a great quote. That's a beautiful soundbite. It really is, from Rodriguez Williams. But it's, in my opinion, not terribly accurate. And it's unfortunately typical of Freedom Caucus, who Lubnow did not take exception to being relegated to public comment. I didn't hear that come out of his mouth necessarily. He was upset that he got taken off the agenda for something he's written in a newspaper. But being moved to public comment was more me on his behalf saying that ain't right. But that's a great quote from Rodriguez Williams. But it's not addressing the issue. The issue is, this is a guy who can help you draft this legislation. This is a guy who's got a lot of expertise in this area, and you don't want to hear him. You want to close your ears, hold the hands over your ears, la, 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 la. Not going to hear you, Tom, because you wrote bad things about us in the Cowboy State Daily. That's basically what the Freedom Caucus did. Show me it's not. That's Christopher Knapp, the chair, saying we're taking you off the agenda because of what you wrote in the Cowboy State Daily, which is saying the Freedom Caucus is this, this, and this. That is holding your hands over your ears and saying we're not going to hear you. Go to public comment. And a great soundbite quote from Rachel Rodriguez Williams, but to me, it doesn't address the issue. Why are you punishing Tom Lubnow and refusing to hear some potential good advice because you don't like something he wrote? That story in the Cowboy State Daily. Now, to be fair, the upshot of it, what we learn now a day later, is Tom Lubnow did speak via Zoom or internet, and he was allowed to testify yesterday for almost a half an hour, 28 minutes. So basically, probably got the same allotted time he would have got if he was on the agenda. And it all comes down to political theater at this point. And hopefully everybody made nice, and what we get in the end is making better law, making better bills. That's what we're doing, the work of the people here in Wyoming, right? That was the idea anyway. Don Day, I'm going to take a break to get ready for Don Day because we have a busy hour. We have, I think we do, right? Yeah, we have a busy hour. Let me take a break before Don Day, and we'll get the day weather forecast in right after this. Weather next.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story Will Crow About Crowheart and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner.
Go. Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there. We're the I thought you were on my team. Wait.
We're back on a finally Friday Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We're going to get to this day in history. We should probably, well, we'll do it later. I got a lot of things to get to, including the day weather forecast. That's what we got to do next. Let's get Don Day in here and talk a little bit about weather. Don Day, we got a fire start that blew up east of Thermopolis. I know Thermopolis is going to be hot today, going to be dry, but a chance...
Not necessarily dry.
Okay.
There'll be thunderstorms in Thermopolis in the vicinity today.
Is it the kind of rain though that's just like, oh, the heat builds up, quick thunderstorm and it's gone? Is it any amount of moisture that could help?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a double-edged sword because, thunderstorms can do more harm than good in these situations with erratic winds and stuff like that. But there is a chance that they could produce some rain today and tomorrow. So, hopefully they don't cause more problems. I guess you maybe would want a chance for rain as opposed to not having any at all.
Yeah.
But today and tomorrow, they've got some chances. After that, though, there'll be several days in a row where that area really won't have any good chances for rain for a bit.
Okay. And really, statewide, kind of the same MO. We're going to be mostly sunny, most of us, and the heat building. But then clouds building, and then a chance of rain in the afternoon for just about everybody in the state.
Yeah, we saw that yesterday in the western side of Wyoming. And I even got a short video from somebody in Pinedale showing it rain falling, like, hey, this is what rain looks like. So, but once we get into Sunday and Monday, this plume of subtropical moisture moves out. So if you're doing anything outdoors today and tomorrow, watch out for these late day storms and frequent lightning, strong wind gusts, certainly something to be ready for.
Is that just fancy terminology to show off that you've gone to meteorology school? A plume of subtropical moisture.
Sounds good, doesn't it?
What does that even mean? It does sound good. My mind is boggled. Why is that? A plume of subtropical moisture.
Well, it's like if you look at it on satellite, it does look like a plume of smoke or that type of thing. So that's where the reference comes from.
All right. We're going to hop on when we're done with you here. We're going to hop on with a former CEO of Taco John's, and he's going to talk about the news today. Taco John's going to headquarter in Minnesota. This is the Taco John's that was born in Cheyenne, in Wyoming. What's your preference, your fast food preference? I've never eaten a Taco John's.
What? What's wrong with you? Are you a communist? Oh my
no,
goodness.
I don't have one. I mean, I've always been in Western Wyoming. I don't even know where a Taco John's is.
Well, all I can tell you is their potato olays is kind of like crack. We know you start with one, you gotta eat them all.
That's what I hear. Like, okay.
Yeah, it's my favorite taco place, bar none.
I love it.
That other one starts with taco. I just keep driving by. Don't care.
That is a great lead-in for the former CEO. He'll be happy to hear that. Thanks, Don.
All right.
Day weather forecast. And that's a great lead-in. As we continue here in the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, let's welcome into the discussion former Taco John's CEO, just retired not that long ago. This is Jim Creel, is that right?
That's correct.
Jim, we just had our weather guy on. I don't know, you probably couldn't hear it as you waited in the green room, but he said his favorite taco place, bar none, Taco John's. Everybody will say that in Wyoming. I mean, no brainer. Taco John's.
Not just Wyoming either. It's everywhere.
You're right. You could probably drop some numbers on us. I have 2022 statistics. You might have something more recent. We're looking at, 400 franchise restaurants in 22 states. Taco John's humble beginnings. John Turner. He had a food truck that he turned into a brick and mortar trailer. Not great, not really glorious, but everything starts somewhere. Taco House, it was known as in Cheyenne, soon renamed Taco John's. Purchased by Jim Woodson, Harold Holmes. They took it to the next level, and look at it today. My goodness. How long were you running the show?
I was CEO for 7.5 years, but I was at Taco John's for 24 years.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah.
And you, besides, CEO and bossing Taco John, you were a fan. You talk about missing, now, where are you now? Oklahoma,
Edmond, Oklahoma.
Cool. Yeah. Taco John there?
No, not yet.
Oh,
hoping they get one here soon.
Well, you should have the phone number of the new CEO. Like, hey, make a phone call. I need it, or open a franchise. I want to talk about the history. I want to talk about all this stuff. Let's start with. Well, I'm so interested because I watched that show. You ever watch that show where the boss of a company goes on the down low and just does a job there? Like you would work making a potato ole or something.
Yes.
I am interested to know what are your experiences been just going through a drive-through at a Taco John? You've done it once or twice?
Quite a few times.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, my first week at Taco John's in 2000, I had been with McGladrey in Poland for 20 years as a partner with that CPA firm, and Taco John's talked me into coming over there. And so my first week was spent in one of the restaurants, and I invited everybody that I had worked with and clients from McGladrey to come in and see me make tacos and potato olays. So quite an experience.
All right. So what does the average brass or admin for Taco John's, what do you know of the history of Taco John's? How important is it? The tradition? I mean, there's fast food, from Five Guys and Smash Burgers to McDonald's and Burger King, Taco Bell, they all have their history, but nobody is founded in Wyoming. That is unique, and that's important to Wyomingites. Was it important to people who worked in the admin and Taco John's? Did you enjoy that fact that that's kind of rare?
Absolutely. Having been born and raised in Wyoming and grew up in Casper. So from the time I was old enough to carry money, I was able to go to Taco John's, and there was one between my house and the grade school that we attended, and there was one between my house and the junior high and high schools we attended. So I spent a lot of time at Taco John's. And yeah, the Wyoming connection, I think, is very important to all of the people at Taco John's, always has been. In fact, two of the founders still live in Wyoming. So, that tells you that their roots are pretty deep in Wyoming. And I've been gone 18 months, so I don't know what was based around the decision recently, but I can tell you that it probably was a very tough decision for them, because they love Wyoming and the people, and just everything Wyoming stands for, the cowboy ethics, everything about it. And it gave them the start that they needed. So.
Yeah. And we're talking to former CEO of Taco John, Jim Creel. Jim, I don't know, is it fair to say that you sort of cracked the door open to the Minneapolis connection in 2020? You acknowledged that Taco John was getting way popular in Minnesota, and why not? Of course, smart Minnesotans in Minneapolis. You had stores opening all over the place, and to serve them, you sort of set up a satellite operation there. What was that, and was that really the precursor of what we see now, is just moving the headquarters there?
Yeah, it probably ended up being the precursor to it. Really, what we found was we had people based out of Cheyenne that would travel to Minneapolis. And so they would travel on Monday, travel on Friday.
Oof.
So we get 3 days of work. You're 60% efficient, and that doesn't work in any business. And so pre-COVID, we looked into where would be the best place to have some additional staff that would be closer to the stores. And Minneapolis, within 6 hours, there's about 200 stores. So it was a natural to base people there, easy in and out on airlines if they needed to, but easy to drive to a large group of stores and really interact more with franchisees and help them. And that was why we did it.
Now, what do you think? We've reached out to the current CEO. We've reached out to the people, but you're pretty fresh out of there, and you can give some unique insight. What do you think it'll mean, if anything, to Taco John when it's headquartered in Minneapolis now? What does that mean for Taco John's when I go to the Taco John's in Cheyenne? Am I going to notice any change at all?
I would think you would not. No different than a store in North Dakota would notice a difference because we were headquartered in Cheyenne. So, I don't think you'll notice a big difference in Cheyenne in the stores, and again, nor anywhere else that they're located.
The fast food industry, a tough competition. There's everybody in it now, and Taco John's has through the years invented ways to stay relevant, whether it was advertising or menu items. Taco John, give me an idea of through from the beginning, 1968 till present. We have some staples, some menu items this place is famous for. The Taco Bravo, the potato olays, that's signature Taco John stuff. How did you position Taco John's when you were there, the 7 years you were there? What was your thinking like? What are we compared to the other taco places? Why are we different? Why are we different from, Burger Kings? What was the thinking marketing wise?
I think because we were a smaller chain, we were able to react more quickly with changes and with new items and to test them and get them out into the marketplace much quicker. If you look back, Taco John's breakfast, which anybody who's had a breakfast burrito knows that they are just outstanding. we started that in Cheyenne, and it has to have been 20, 25 years ago at this point, as a test. And it continued to grow and eventually became chain wide. And that was before Taco Bell even thought of having breakfast. So I think we were able to innovate because of our size and because there were, the founders were true entrepreneurs and were willing to take some chances. And so I think that helped Taco John's grow and thrive and be ahead of the curve on a lot of things. You know, Taco Bell's big deal now is their crunchy chicken or crispy chicken. We had that 15 years ago. So they've gotten a lot of ideas from Taco John's, although I know they'll never admit it, but I think we innovated very well.
Taco John's has always, to me, been, I just picture it as this plucky upstart that punches above its weight, man. I mean, and people that like you are loyal to Taco John's. Like and I've been in a car driving people and they're like, can we stop for Taco John's? And for, me, honestly, the full admission, Jim, I haven't eaten at any of the taco places. It's just not my jam. I can't get away from McDonald's. But so I'll say, oh yeah, there's a Taco Bell. And they're like, no, drive another 3 blocks and go to the right place, the Taco John. I mean, it's legit.
Yeah. And, I think it's been proven throughout the years, throughout the Midwest, wherever Taco John's is very, very strong, you don't see a lot of Taco Bell competition. They're working their way in now, trying to. But for years, places like Sioux Falls, South Dakota, Cheyenne, Casper, Taco Bell was a distant second to a lot of the Taco John's markets.
We're proud of our Taco John's and innovative, not only the menu items, but we're talking about the company that invented Taco Tuesday, trademarked the thing in 1989. It's become so synonymous with everyday language that you lost the trademark because of it. Taco Bell said, that's not fair that you get to have Taco Tuesday. Everybody knows it is Taco Tuesday. And you said, yeah, guess why? It was ours.
Exactly. And that was quite the battle.
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun with poking fun at LeBron and Taco Bell and kind of putting them on the hot seat. And unfortunately, they didn't respond the way that we thought they should. When we donated money to CORE for the Children of Restaurant Employees and issued the challenge to Taco Bell, should have been no different than it was for us, scale-wise, but they couldn't quite step up. So that tells you a little bit about the people at Taco John's, and they really believe in what they're doing and taking care of their own.
Yeah, and founded on just a little bit different kind of take on Mexican food, fast food, Mexican food. It's not Tex-Mex, as you've said, and everybody with the company. It's West-Mex. What is that? I mean, it's a little bit spicier, I think, maybe than some of the bland, but yeah, West-Mex.
Yeah, that came about, and again, it's been a number of years ago, could be 15, 20 years ago, 15 years ago, probably. West-Mex came about as we were trying to figure out how exactly do we tell people what we have. And that was a way to get the word out that it's Mexican, but it's different. So potato lays, that's not Mexican necessarily, but it's part of West-Mex and part of Taco John's.
Yeah, originally had the bean inside. I had to go look at an old commercial, but now I think you got it perfected. Everybody talks about them. Everybody seems to love them. Would John Turner be proud of what's become of Taco John's today?
I believe he would. Absolutely.
And what do you think? What's the trajectory? The CEO has the meetings. You got the charts. When you retired 18 months ago, what was the feeling, to stay competitive, to stay relevant? If you're not growing, you're dying. How's Taco John doing? You're still opening new franchises, still looking good, blue sky?
Yes, and I haven't kept up with it since I left. But when I left, we had opened some stores in Boston, and we're really looking to make an impact more on the East Coast, and not necessarily traditional stores. But when you get in a place like Boston, there's no drive-through necessarily on the stores, so a lot of foot traffic. And so we were just starting to get some stores open in places like that, as well as continuing to expand in our core footprint. So I think the future's bright for the chain. A lot of opportunity, and if they continue to serve good food and have good people, the chain can grow a lot.
Well, yeah, news today that headquarters moving to Minneapolis, Minnesota. Just really probably a numbers thing and a suit and tie thing that none of us Taco John fans are going to care about or know about. We'll always know it as a Wyoming-based, Wyoming-founded food place, and we'll just ignore the fact that they get their mail in Minnesota. No big deal.
And, I think it's important to remember that most of the stores. When I left, I think we had 9 corporate stores. So the majority of the stores are owned by independent franchisees. So, when you go to Casper, when you go to Gillette, those are owned by independent franchisees who have lived in those locations for their entire life. So, Taco John's is still deeply embedded in Wyoming. I know there were about 26 stores in Wyoming when I retired. And so that's going to remain. Those franchisees aren't going anywhere.
Well, that's good news. Hey, Jim, thanks for spending time with us. That's Jim Creel, former CEO of Taco John, and we learned today that they're relocating the headquarters, but they'll forever be Wyoming. That's for sure. Thanks,
Absolutely.
Jim. Have a great weekend.
You too.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues after this quick break. We'll be back.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. what to do with hot coals, how to secure your chains, but I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and it's Claire McFarland. Claire, we meet again. I'm having a hair day. Please excuse that.
I like it, actually.
Okay. How's everything today?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm sad to hear of Jerry Spence, but I can't. I was surprised to hear how old he was. I had no idea he was in his 90s. My goodness. Time flies. I see him in Jackson, back in the day. I would see him now and then. Jerry Spence split his time between Jackson and California. Claire McFarland had the news that probably the most famous lawyer of our time, famous trial attorney of the 20th century, Jerry Spence, dead at the age of 96. How'd you learn about it? Everybody's following your cue. You had the news, and then everybody kind of jumped in on it. How'd you find out?
Well, it was kind of I'd been trying to get an interview with him for weeks. And his stepson, Chris Hawks, was saying, oh, he's not doing well. He's not doing well. So I knew he was not doing well. And then at midnight, as Wednesday turned to Thursday, Chris sent me the text that he had passed. And so I was like, I want to go ahead and write the memorial. And he's like, sure, but I can't call back right now. So in the meantime, I talked to Spence's partner of 25 years, Bob Schuster. And Bob was interesting because, the people who know Jerry Spence as the legend want to talk about the leather fringe jackets and the booming voice and the flamboyance. And Bob, having occupied a practice with this man, had seen the other side, right? Just a toil and work and writing things out and rehearsing things in his head and showing up at 5 a.m. Trial is a ton of work, and you don't sleep. Like it haunts you in your sleep, your trial prep, and so so just because a man can pull it off smoothly and with a storytelling ability doesn't mean that he didn't pour a lot into it and anticipate every outcome. So Bob told that end of things, and I thought that was good to have.
Yeah, I really did it. Good point, Claire. I enjoy that because what we know of Jerry Spence, most of us, is the flash of Jerry Spence. I mean, he was a swashbuckling fringe jacket wearing, and his opening statements to a jury were spellbinding. That guy could talk. He was a poet when he opened his mouth, but it came from a place of preparation. And Bob Schuster did give you some insight as to you don't know the guy at 5 a.m. when he's just pouring over stuff. Yeah, that was really interesting to learn because, yes, I saw all the flash, but we have no idea how many hours of prep went into that. Jerry Spence, famous for a lot of reasons. Big multi-million-dollar verdicts. The Karen Silkwood whistleblower, Imelda Marcos with all her shoes. The Ruby Ridge standoff, Randy Weaver. Many people know him, not necessarily of him parading around in a trial courtroom, but from his insight into the O.J. Simpson stuff when he was on TV. It's just to listen to him talk. I'm hypnotized in like 30 seconds when I listen to him speak. Isn't he something?
Well, for me, all those cases you just listed were not the ones that, but the one that my parents talked about around, because my family are conversationalists, right? And so we opened a newspaper and we talked about current events and politics, and we were not as much a board game family. Right. And so we talked about Jerry Spence at the dinner table. And the case that we talked about was Ed Cantrell out of Rock Springs. And, Wyoming is a little gossip. Like, Wyomingites from certain towns like to gossip about the other towns. And however much Riverton might have a reputation for high crime rates, our city officials haven't had that corruption allegation as much, right? And so where Rock Springs is this recurring theme. Even a city council meeting I watched that happened August 5th, they were like, look, if we're going to beat the claims that we're tailed by corruption. And so it is still this kind of thing haunts Rock Springs. And so that was the case I knew about Jerry Spence as a kid. He was a dinner table legend.
Oh, to be at your dinner table discussions. Yeah. Well, and Jerry, it wasn't just Jerry, the longtime wife, Imogene. Did you have an idea that you would ask any questions about her? And she was pretty strong, pretty powerful influence in his life, always by his side.
I don't know as much about her, but throughout his books, her influence, even when he's referencing something from his childhood, he'll bring it back to, and my love. Actually, so when I knew he was going downhill fast, I stayed up half the night, crashed through his autobiography. And I found that his dad died also in August 12th. So one day in the year cycle before Jerry died. I thought that was interesting. And his dad was just this huge, I think the reason, so you can be someone and you can be good at something, but you are more celebrated if your home place recognizes you as their own, right? If your home if your home claims you, I think it makes you more. What's a good example? I don't know.
Well, it hardly ever happens. It didn't happen for Jesus. So, who else is it going to happen for? You never respected in your hometown.
I don't know, but so in his book, he gives the credit for who he is to Wyoming.
Oh, really?
Yeah, things like and I referenced this one in the story. There's a lot like this, but hunting with his dad and a bunch of rich people from England, like ne'er-do-wells, who were still accepting dad's money but had shed their titles and were hiding out in Wyoming and buying up all the foothills in Sheridan County, we don't like that. Jerry and his dad were hunting a deer that strayed on one of these Englishmen's land. And then dad was like, screw it. And, there's a no hunting sign. Dad was like, screw it. We were here first. This is God's deer. We're going to go shoot this freaking thing. And so they go and you can see it's this monumental thing. I think even the most straight-laced defense attorneys have a dash of outlaw in them. You can be straight-laced on the outside, but there's a dash of outlaw in you if you're going to do that job. And I think that's where his came from. And it's stuff like that made him so Wyoming.
Well, I'm glad you reached out. You got the color from Bob Schuster, who explained who Jerry Spence was when you worked shoulder to shoulder with him, gave us insight into what the day job was all about. And then you also talked to Jim Fitzgerald, a lawyer in his own right, who looked up to Jerry Spence. talked about the Spence method. Jerry, wanted to teach other lawyers. He was frustrated. The lawyers are getting churned out, passing the bar, and they were not prepared to fight the great evils and be on the side of justice. The evils in his idea, in his mind, were big government and corporate America. And he wanted to equip lawyers with the weapons to fight the system. He said, I can't change this system, but I can prepare others to fight it. And his Spence method, we'll talk to Jim later and see what an influence he was. But that is my takeaway from this guy who was larger than life, besides just being hypnotized when he speaks. He really did care for the underdog, the little guy, and he cared for people. It was genuine.
Yeah. And not just like the state or the insurance company or the man in his own right, but anyone who would use that power. Whoa, quiet down. Anyone who would capitalize on an individual's fear. He wanted to pierce through that fear, I think. His dad, he said, was not afraid of anything but leaving his family destitute. So he paid a ton of his income toward insurance, and it didn't help when it mattered. And he said, this is what fear does to a man. It reduces a man. So and he talked about being afraid himself, even afraid of public speaking at times, but having to face up to it, because piercing it makes it crumble. And so that's what he wanted to do. But yeah. And Jim is quite the lawyer, well known educated on a number of aspects of the profession. After I wrote this, a bunch of people who said they were students of Jerry Spence came out of the woodwork, and lawyers that I've known, lawyers that I work with, are like, oh, by the way, taught me too. And so it's hard to pick just one. I'm glad I picked Jim, but you could have just kind of done this and pointed your finger into the law profession, probably found someone who claimed to be a student of Jerry Spence.
Well, yeah, he leaves a legacy. Jerry Spence, the passing. Claire McFarland had the scoop and the story. You can read it in the Cowboy State Daily. We'll talk more about it later. Thanks, Claire, for popping on and sharing with us. Jerry Spence, legendary trial lawyer, gone at age 96. Let's see what's going on with the Wyoming Game and Fish. Ray Hageman with the Game and Fish Minute.
The Game and Fish 2024 Law Enforcement Report is out. I'll have some of the details next on the Wyoming Outdoorsman. I'm Ray Hageman. Wyoming game wardens patrolled more than 600,000 miles and took 3,102 law enforcement actions statewide in 2024. That's according to the annual Wyoming Game and Fish Department Law Enforcement Report. The report details key statistics, operations, and accomplishments. The report includes work unit overviews, enforcement efforts, and task force summaries for all department regions. Also included are notable cases, warden testing, hiring and training, and how other entities such as the Wildlife Forensics Lab and Wildlife Investigations Unit are an integral part of the state's wildlife law enforcement program in protecting Wyoming's wildlife. The public continues to play a vital role in assisting game wardens throughout the state. In 2024, 235 tips were received from members of the public, and game wardens followed up on every single one. Those tips were instrumental in identifying several specific violations and possible suspects. 28 citations and 16 warnings were issued to violators. Law enforcement efforts focused on protecting big game on winter ranges, monitoring shed antler collection enclosures, and ensuring compliance with aquatic invasive species requirements. Overall, big game seasons were impacted by hot, dry weather and wildfires that burned more than 460,000 acres in the Sheridan region and other parts of the state, which significantly reduced hunting access. Enforcement of shed antler collection closures in western Wyoming remains a priority, with new legislation stipulating that a 7-day resident first season be in place. Wardens investigated non-residents unaware of the law change and deployed a task force in the Green River region to deter violations. AIS prevention efforts concentrated on busy check stations. Evanston's port of entry remains the busiest. Statewide, wardens documented 351 AIS violations, including 25 for watercraft launched without required inspections. Despite a slight increase in total violations to 3,102, up from 2,906 in 2023, several wardens reported fewer violations during hunting patrols due to reduced hunter numbers and harvest success. Vacant warden districts also impacted overall patrol time, with full staffing in law enforcement ranks anticipated to take several years. This is the Wyoming Outdoorsman. Thanks for listening. I'm Ray Hageman.
Yeah, thank you, Ray. Thank you, Game and Fish. And that'll take us to the top of the hour break on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake in a Finally Friday edition. We'll be back after our Syndicate's Break 4 news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. One of the most famous trial attorneys of the 20th century and a proud son of Wyoming, Jerry Spence died Wednesday in his Montecito, California home at the age of 96. Spence was a legend among the trial bar, especially for his civil practice and criminal defense work. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland was notified of Spence's passing by his family.
Spence's stepson, Chris Hawks, texted me at midnight saying that he had passed. And I stayed up half the night reading his autobiography. And then first thing in the morning, I talked to his law partner of 25 years, Bob Schuster, Jim Fitzgerald, whom he mentored, former Governor Mike Sullivan, who was a friend and a law colleague and a little daunted at times by Jerry Spence during his law career. And really the prevailing theme was that Spence was successful because he faced his fears and he told powerful stories.
Spence rose to national prominence through a series of landmark cases, including a $10.5 million verdict for the family of nuclear whistleblower Karen Silkwood and the successful defense of former Philippine First Lady Imelda Marcos. For more than a century, mineral rights have been carved up, sold off, and passed down through families across Wyoming, often leaving current landowners in the dark about who actually owns what lies beneath their property. Now, Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that lawmakers are proposing to let landowners reclaim long-abandoned mineral estates, resolving tangled ownership dating to the homesteading era and protecting the rights of property owners.
And basically what it would do is create laws like we have for abandoned property. And so what this law ostensibly would do is revert that ownership to the surface owner and try and give them better standing and basically create a more easy to understand and clear path for these property owners.
The draft legislation is modeled after a similar measure in North Dakota, but lawmakers and stakeholders say it still needs a lot of work. The healthcare landscape in Wyoming just became a little bit rockier with the announcement that one of the 3 healthcare insurers available on the Affordable Care Act's healthcare exchange in Wyoming is leaving the state. Mountain Health Co-op, which insures just over 11,000 people in Wyoming, told its members on Wednesday that it's pulling out of the Cowboy State by the end of this year. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that will leave the Wyoming network with just 2 providers, United Healthcare and Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Wyoming is already a pretty high cost state. And so Mountain Health Co-op had proposed a 32% increase in their premiums. Now they have decided to just pull the plug on Wyoming and exit the state.
Consumers do have options. There are still 2 insurers on the marketplace and hundreds of licensed insurance companies that sell various healthcare insurance products in our state. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Find expert vascular care right here in Wyoming. Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WIVA, is a division of Casper Medical Imaging and is home to experienced subspecialized physicians and physician assistants who provide comprehensive services to treat vascular disease. From PAD and AAA to venous disease, WIVA offers tailored solutions to get you back to enjoying the things you love. Schedule a consultation with WIVA today at caspermedicalimaging.net/WIVA or by calling 307-577-1003.
The Cheyenne-born restaurant chain that brought the world Taco Tuesday and potato olays is quietly saying adios to Wyoming and fully relocating its corporate headquarters to Minnesota after 56 years in business. A former Taco John's executive told Cowboy State Daily's David Madison that the move was kept deliberately under wraps given the strong emotional ties many maintain with the restaurant chain that started as a taco stand outside the entrance to Cheyenne Frontier Days and now includes around 380 stores.
Just as the soft taco shell binds to the hard taco shell and the taco bravo, the people of Cheyenne have an undeniable bond with this chain. When you have a 56-year-old restaurant, automatically there's going to be nostalgia. Nothing is more nostalgic than smells and tastes and tradition. Taco Bell is the real kind of gorilla in the room that really took over the world of fast food tacos. But you had these regional success stories in Wyoming, parts of Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, all the way to Minneapolis. You had Taco John's.
Despite corporate headquarters now calling Minnesota home, Cheyenne won't soon shake its love for Taco John's. It's embedded in the community's DNA through decades of shared meals and memories. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Go wash up and grab your sister.
Okay, but first... Where's Grandma?
Hey, Mama. Ma.
I'm worried about Mom.
Mom? She's fine. These the ones, right, Mama?
Yeah, groundlings.
Sweet potatoes.
Sweet potatoes.
Daddy, it's salty.
Grandma's just getting old. Some things come with age.
And some don't.
Early detection of Alzheimer's can lead to better care for your loved one.
Add 2 eggs.
Learn the early warning signs at 10signs.org.
We're back at it here on a Friday. Bill Sniffen is in here with us on the Cowboy State Daily Show. Good morning, Bill. What's happening?
Well, the good news is I'm sitting on my deck on a beautiful, beautiful August morning in Wyoming. And boy, I got to tell you, these beautiful mornings, we better cherish them. They're
I know.
not going to be around much longer, but yeah, it's I've got a nice spot here, and I've got a little creek and a little pond and a lot of trees, and so I'm just out here by myself with a cup of coffee talking to my friend Jake. But Jake, a lot of news going on, a lot to talk about. We all are telling Jerry Spence stories. Now, Jerry, I've been around here 55 years, and he was a former Fremont County attorney. So he had a lot of relationships here, and I interviewed him 2 or 3 times and watched. I covered one complete trial that he did, and you know, I'll say what everybody else says. He was mesmerizing. He just he really sucked you in. He pulled you in. Hell, I was a reporter. He pulled me right in. I believed everything he said. It made sense, and he was just amazing. But the last time I interviewed him was up at the Lander Airport, and I wanted to talk to him after this trial, and he said, "Well, meet me up at the airport before I get on my plane." And he was just exhausted. He was and he was a real guy, and I had to laugh because it was. The Superman, even Superman puts his pants on one leg at a time, sort of, and he was a real person, real genuine. And anyway, I had great admiration for him. Back in 2018, when I helped Foster Friess with his governor's race, I kind of came up with this idea that Wyoming had 4 icons at the time, and by definition, icon almost means somebody the national media turns to represent Wyoming. And so, in fairness to a whole lot of other people, I labeled the 4 as Jerry Spence, Al Simpson, Dick Cheney, and Foster Friess, because Foster was always on all the money shows, talking about stocks. And well, now 3 of the 4 of those guys are gone. Dick Cheney's still around, but anyway, but to me, Jerry Spence was one of Wyoming's icons, and he was 16 years older than me, but I actually felt like I knew him pretty well. I read several of his books. My wife would get really mad at me because I would always quote one of Jerry's famous books, and that was How to Win an Argument every time. And his argument is, look, Jake. I'm not mad at you. I'm mad at the situation. And the last time I used that on my wife, she says, "Listen, buddy, I'm the situation."
I'm the situation.
So doggone it, don't pull that Jerry Spence crap on me. But anyway, that was the idea that he would not neutralize people by saying, "Look, all of us it's not me against you. It's you're there, I'm here, and here's this thing over here that we're all upset about. So let's focus on that." But
yeah.
But you've got a lot of good people on there talking about Jerry Spence, so we can move on. I can tell you that for the first time in almost 20 years, I went flying yesterday in a small plane.
Ooh.
And I was a pilot for 30 years and had my own airplane and went all over the region. We own newspapers and businesses in Montana and South Dakota and Wyoming, and just a small Cessna 182, but man, that was really a pleasure. And one of the reasons I hadn't flown is I had a detached retina 20 years ago, and a detached retina, they at the time they said you shouldn't be flying in small planes because of the pressure difference. It can cause it to happen again. But the pilot I was with we did very gradual, and I've actually been at a lot of high altitudes since then and didn't have any issues. So it was just I've written columns about it, and I'll write one on this that seeing Wyoming, you think Wyoming is beautiful from the ground. Wait till you get up above it. And you think it's big from the ground. Oh, try flying above it. It is a big place and full of just spectacular things. So anyway, that was thought I'd share that with you a little bit. That and we can talk a whole time about that. But I've got a list of things I thought I'd go over with you if that works for you, Jake.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, we talked last week about the newspapers closing, and I'm so glad that Rob and Jen Hicks stepped up. There were some of the best newspaper operators in the state. They're actually third generation. His grandpa, Frank Hicks, was a newspaper man, and then his parents, Mary and Jim Hicks in Buffalo, actually both were presidents of the Wyoming Press Association. And so Rob, a lot of times and this particular chain of newspapers, News Media Corporation, the John Tompkins group, I blame the failure of that chain on the Sun. The Sun was a kind of an idiot in my opinion, and I'll stand by that. But in Rob's case, it's not the case. The third generation's every bit as strong as the first and second generation, and they're really good operators. So people in Kemmer and Evanston and Wheatland and Torrington and Pinedale, I think are going to be much happier, frankly, with the new ownership than they were with the old. So if any of those folks are listening, they I would say you're going to be really happy.
Bill, a week ago when we talked about the news that had happened, it was all sad news. You had an inkling that somebody, a hope or an inkling that somebody would step up and do this. Did you have any idea it'd be them, the Hickses?
You know, I did. They were they're a player, but the problem right now is the business is not looked on by bankers, very confidently. The newspaper business is getting a bad rap. If you work hard, it's like any business. If you just do your job, you're going to be okay. And my feeling, as we talked about a week ago, was that, man, these are good towns. I mean, Wheatland and Torrington and Pinedale and Evanston and Kemmer. I mean, and you got a bunch of little towns, Bridger Valley in there and Lingle and Guernsey, but these main towns are all solid towns, and I thought the communities would step up. If somebody didn't come in and take on the whole thing, it wouldn't be very long where each community would have had leading citizens that would have put something together. So I was as despairing as I was of the whole situation. I think that this has had a very happy ending, and I think the people in those towns are going to be very pleased with the job that Rob and Jen do. Rob has owned a lot of newspapers around the state and around the region. He's owned a ton of newspapers, and he right now owns Buffalo, is where he lives, and he has Worland, and he also has Newcastle, and those are all wonderful towns. Those are three of my favorite towns, and those papers are all prospering and serving their communities very well. So I foresee the same formula being used in these other towns, and frankly, right now, I think the towns, once they got a tiny little taste of what it's like to not have a local paper, I hope they rally and really support this new effort. And I think they will.
Yeah, good point. If any good comes out of that, I think it throws a scare into everybody, and then maybe advertisers are going to line up outside of these newspapers and say, we want to keep our paper alive. And I think the Hickses, they understood, simple things like Jerry Spence would understand. It's about people. You notice the first thing they did when they announced the rescue of these papers, they promised everybody who was working there, you're going right back to work, because they know. I mean, that's for a reporter, for the guy working the press, that's scary to be out of a job just like that in a second. And they said, no, we're going to hire everybody back. That was nice.
Yeah, I thought so too. And again, like I say, these are good operators that understand small towns, and they're doing well. Well, the other thing I'd like to bring up is that there's a tiny little college in Lander called the Wyoming Catholic College, and today is its 20th anniversary. So, these things, actually small colleges around the country, I think 45 of them went out of business last year. So it's again a model that is, it can be in jeopardy, but this college has thrived. It has an outstanding faculty. It's got a student body of just 200 students, but it's the only other four-year program in the state. We like to argue, and I'm chairman of the board, so I need to definitely point out my my bias here. But I just thought I would throw that in as a little bit of a plug for them. It's a big day, because I can remember on August 15th, 2005, when Bishop David Ricken audaciously filed the papers at the Wyoming Catholic College in Lander, Wyoming.
I had no idea it's been that long. Oh my goodness, 20 years. I know somebody from Jackson, a good friend of mine, went there, and I also didn't know it was 4-year. That's news. Yep. Okay.
Yeah, it's an interesting program, and they turn out fantastic students. And, years ago, they decided this. They used to have a T-shirt that said, "It's the only college in the country where you could take a gun to school but not a cell phone." They have an anti-cell phone policy, and of course they're big believers in the outdoors and hunting and fishing, but they decided not to use that, so I probably shouldn't have said it. But they do have an anti-cell phone policy, so when you're around all those students, it's animated, vivid conversations. It's sort of like being at Claire McFarland's dinner table, as she was saying earlier. But it's I'll be the only one in the room picking out. I'll take my phone out and try to say, "Oops, I better put that away," because everybody's it's an old-fashioned animated gab fest, and it's all good. But and then, geez, I don't know, Jake. Anything else on your mind? I got a few other things I can talk about.
Well, you've been road tripping, and you rattled off a list of towns that I love. Worland, Lovell is underappreciated. I love Lovell. Kirby. I mean, there isn't much to it, but yeah, how was that?
It was just phenomenal. I love road trips, and I'm a road warrior. I call it windshield time, and I always usually have a book on tape of some kind. And what I was doing was Dave Peck up in Lovell had offered to give me a tour of Bighorn Canyon. That's on my bucket list.
Oh yeah.
And so I'm going to be doing a big feature on that. But what was interesting about the trip from Lander up to Lovell is that 55 years ago, when I came to Wyoming, the guy that brought me here was a guy named Bruce Kennedy from Grable. And it wasn't unusual for me to get in my car and drive about once a month, maybe up to Grable, and have a little meeting with him, because he was a busy guy back then. So it was sometimes easier for me to go to him than. And I was young enough and new enough that we oftentimes wanted to. But anyway, that was my really first real cross-country trip in Wyoming was through Riverton, Shoshone, Wind River Canyon, Thermopolis, Kirby, Worland Basin, and then Grable. And so it was just such a trip down memory lane for me to go through these towns, and the towns all look great. I commented in my column that, I'm not sure there's a more beautiful place than Thermopolis as you come rolling into it, and it's all these red rocks and all the green foliage, and then the blue sky, and then the blue river. I mean, man, gosh, that is a sight to behold, and it'd be hard to capture photographically because you're looking at a wide vista, but boy, that's a nice town. And Worland is, again, an underrated town. And again, the river goes practically right through it. But what I always have to laugh about is one of my missions, Jake, is always to get Wyoming people to go see other Wyoming parts of the state, and see these things. And so I'm always writing about that. But it's the idea that you can go to these towns and they're all different, and yet they're all sort of the same. But the colors of Wyoming are just crazy. You have the steel gray mountains of the Bighorns and the Wind Rivers, and you have reservoirs, beautiful blue reservoirs, and vast ag fields. And it's just, I don't know, to me, it's home, and I love writing about it. And so every so often I take my readers on what I call a road trip. And that's what I did this past week. So, but it's all good. But boy, I tell you, that Bighorn Canyon, I had spent a lot of time in Flaming Gorge, which is on the far south end of the state. Magnificent, gigantic canyon that goes from Wyoming into Utah.
Yeah.
But I really had never done the Bighorn Canyon, which was again on my bucket list. And so it starts in Wyoming and goes into Montana. So again, you've got these two gigantic canyons that are almost a full state apart. But I would just encourage people that the canyon was much more accessible than I thought it was going to be. For some reason, I thought you had to go way up high into the Bighorns, and you don't. It's actually right outside of Lovell and easy to get to in your sedan, But boy, is it something to see. And I was lucky enough to go on a boat ride with a guy named Jim Mincho, who's just a very nice man from Lovell, and spent about 3 hours on the lake looking at bald eagles and bighorn sheep. And I mean, it was just great. Wyoming,
Wow.
isn't Wyoming great, Jake?
It is. Yeah.
Well, and then to top it off, and this is what I really should talk about, is I made my 55th consecutive trip to through Yellowstone at my 55 years in a row. Because here I am in Lovell, and I'm thinking, well, let's see, do I have time to go through Yellowstone on my way back to Lander? And of course, I made time, and oh man, it was just a beautiful day in the park. Oh, a lot of people. Oh my gosh.
It never disappoints. But yes, it could be a record-setting year when we're done. I think we're going to hit the 5 million mark for a visitation in Yellowstone. That's a lot of people.
Yeah, that was my prediction too, Jake. You and I are on the same page there. We both there's just no stopping. And one thing I noticed this year is I and obviously I was kind of speeding through, but not really. I stop and really pay attention. But a lot more Asians, and after COVID, a lot of the Asian traffic had disappeared. But I saw a lot more Asian visitors, and I think that's good. We won all that international money.
Right.
Bring it on.
Right.
Although it was crowded. My gosh, it was crowded. The parking lots at Norris Geyser Basin and Grand Prismatic Spring, I swear, went a half a mile down the road. The parking lots are full. It was unbelievable.
Grand Prismatic, I mean, if you're going to hit that, you have to do it early in the morning. Yeah, that fills up so quickly.
Yes, you do.
Well, that's fun. Seeing the state through your eyes, always fun. Hopefully you stay fueled up with a Taco John visit.
Yeah, I like Taco John. Those guys are great. I love their breakfast burritos.
Yeah.
Okay, my friend. See you next week.
All right, Bill.
Thanks.
Bill Sniffen on the Cowboy State Daily Show. Let's take a break. We'll get in here with Piper. We got something cooked up for you with Piper. You're going to love it. Right back with more on the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Mom, I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuck.
Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself.
What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
We're back in studio on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Piper Fenimore is going to be here, and we're cooking Wyoming. And I believe we're going to do a little chuck wagon stuff, which basically means cooking outdoors. I think it does to me. We'll see what Piper says. Piper, I think, is going to introduce us to a couple of folks that won the chuck wagon cooking competition at Cheyenne Frontier Days. 2 Mules Chuck Wagon were the winners. And yeah, we're going to do... That's a Cody outfit, by the way. It's a Cody couple. They've competed for the past 7 years. They've won in a bunch of categories. In fact, they've taken ribbons. I don't know if they give you ribbons for that or medals or what, but they've won every year except 2022. But this year marks the first time they've been crowned champions. Cody's Debbie and Rich Herman. They are the owners of 2 Mules Chuck Wagon, and they are the 2025 winners of the Chuck Wagon Cook-Off competition at Cheyenne Frontier Days. They also cook up there at UXU Ranch. UCross, UXU Ranch, which has no shortage of celebrity chef, great chef. I don't know what's going on with that ranch. I think priority at that ranch is not necessarily horseback riding, but dining. Man, they eat good. How good do they eat at UXU? All the horses are sway back. Yeah, I am already started the day hungry, and every time I talk to Piper, I just get hungrier. President Trump is going to be meeting with President Putin. Is Putin a president or just a dictator? Yeah, he's president. Russian President Vladimir Putin, who's been on the job in his country for like 25 years, is going to sit down with President Trump, who's been on the job for less than a year, in his second term anyway. And they're going to meet in Alaska. They're going to discuss primarily the Ukraine invasion that's now 3 years old. Can you believe that? I remember the day I heard Russia invaded Ukraine. And it was sort of a surprise, but sort of not. Russia's never been satisfied with the Ukraine break-off, the Ukraine parting ways with Russia. That has never sat well and will never sit well, no matter who's in charge of Russia. So that part wasn't really a surprise, but there was no precursor. It was just all of a sudden in the headlines, Russia invades Ukraine. Uh-oh. And, stuff like that can start world wars. And you got U.S. supplying aid and defense weapons to Ukraine. So essentially a de facto war with Russia. That's scary stuff. That's been going on for 3 years, and the Ukraine people are certainly suffering. Hasn't been too good on Russia either. Could there be a ceasefire? Could President Trump be instrumental in brokering any kind of ceasefire and resolution to the conflict? Maybe. Somebody has to. Somebody has to step up. President Trump thought he had Putin's ear a while ago, but then President Putin just doubled down on his hostilities in Ukraine. This will be the first time the two have sat face to face since 2019. And they'll do it in all places, Anchorage, Alaska, on U.S. soil. That's significant, I think. What does it mean that if the two are talking about finding peace in that conflict, what does it mean that Ukraine is not invited to the table? That's kind of weird. President Zelensky, Putin is going to say Zelensky is not a real president and Ukraine is not a real country. That's going to be the rhetoric of Russian President Vladimir Putin. He's always said that Ukraine's not a country. Ukraine's just in holding of Russia. And whether President Trump buys that, where his loyalties lie, we'll find out. This is a big deal, historic deal. These two have not gotten together since the G20 summit in Osaka, Japan, back in June of 2019. Probably no resolution is going to come out of this meeting, but it's the first step. It's something. And other things are going to be discussed. Putin and Trump both want to talk a little bit about the trade agreements between their nations. And yeah, a lot will be discussed. These are two hardline negotiators. Putin, he's been doing this a long time. 25 years he's been running that country. And President Trump, we know from his private practice, his private business dealings, and the way he approaches things in the White House, he's fancies himself a bit of a negotiator as well. We'll see if they can negotiate any kind of peace in the Ukraine-Russian ongoing conflict, now 3 years old. I was listening to BBC again late last night, and they talked about what it means for this meeting to be on U.S. soil. They thought that had significance. And also, they pointed out one thing that's interesting. When you're two big egos in a room, Putin and Trump, I mean, there isn't a room that can hold these two guys as egos. I mean, these are two guys that think a lot of themselves and think, have brash styles of negotiating, brash styles of living and ruling. These are two type A. I mean, this is a pissing contest, what it is. And is a room big enough to hold these two? But BBC thought it was significant, and they give an advantage to Putin for two reasons. One, he's got more experience in ruling his country and everything. 25 years. There's no term limit over there in Russia. You're president until you die. And no matter what the vote says, you're always going to be president. So Putin's been doing it 25 years. Trump just 5, not even 5, with a break in between. And the other advantage BBC thought went to President Putin was the fact that he can speak English. Not great, but he understands it pretty well. So when the two are talking back and forth, Trump has no idea what Putin's going to be saying when he speaks in Russian. He'll have to wait until the translator tells him. So the BBC thought that was a disadvantage, that Trump did not have any understanding of Russian, whereas Putin, as soon as Trump says something, Vladimir Putin has an idea of exactly what Trump said before the interpreter reads him the Russian translation. So I don't know if that's an advantage or what, but those two getting together today in Alaska to discuss Russia, Ukraine, and potential peace there. Let's take a short break, get right back in here with Cooking Wyoming. Piper's going to be with us shortly, right after this.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love, your mind.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and it's time for Cooking Wyoming. Piper's been hanging around with...
Now you're not turned.
Chuck Wagon crew. Piper, is that Rich with you, Rich Herman?
This is the famous Rich.
Oh my goodness, we are in the presence.
Rich, we have the Chuck Wagon man of all time sitting with us today.
Yeah, congrats on the 2025 Chuck Wagon Championship, Cook-Off Championship of Cheyenne Frontier Days. Way to go. 2 mules. Chuck Wagon did it, won it.
Yep. Me and 3 others. I didn't do it by myself.
No.
I had my wife and 2 other guys helping, so we did it as a team.
I'm looking at the winning photo. So first, you got to describe. I think I have an idea, and probably many of our listeners, but let's be sure we're talking about the same thing. When we're talking Chuck Wagon cooking, for me, it's number one, outdoors, and food tastes better outdoors, and Dutch oven. Is that always the case? Is that what Chuck Wagon is?
That's what it is. Yep. And it's, you have to, in the competition, you can't use anything modern. It's all got to be period correct, how you're cooking, and you can't use anything pre-packaged. So everything has to be totally from scratch.
The way it should be.
The way it should be, yeah.
So probably nothing fast. This is an event that isn't over in 15 minutes. Chuck wagon cooking takes a little time.
Yeah, on the competition day, we start at 6 o'clock in the morning, and then we have to be turned in at noon. And then if you're not ready at noon, then your entry doesn't, if you don't have it plated and to give to the runners, to the judges, it doesn't get entered.
That is fast cooking with Chuck in the Chuck wagon world. 6 hours to your whole Chuck wagon dinner. That's amazing.
Now, I used to know a guy in Jackson, and I still go. You can still get great Dutch ovenware at Stone Drugs in Jackson. I'll give them a shout out. Oh, they have some great stuff, great crockery. It used to be all the rage. I want to say, I don't know how long ago. Every once in a while, it gets popular again. I don't know where we are in the cycle, but, all of a sudden, everybody's got to have Dutch iron stuff. And I don't know, it'll never go out of style.
It's classic, Jake.
Yeah. It's, with COVID, it got really popular and stuff got real expensive.
Yeah.
But now it's slowed back down. It's still popular, but at least you can buy things at a reasonable price. Older antique type Dutch ovens that they don't make.
What are some of the staples that we know, like that are Dutch oven, like that work using that method of cooking? Beans. I don't know what is it that just screams like, oh yeah, you've got to do this food. This is a menu item for Dutch oven cooking. Chuck wagon.
It varies. You can do anything in a Dutch oven. Anything that you can make in your oven in your kitchen.
Yeah.
I can make in a Dutch oven.
It's like a mini oven, isn't it?
It's mini oven. I've done it long enough. I know the temperature, how to control it, and it's anything you make. So, but beans are the staple. Back in the day, it was biscuits and beans, and if you could do that, you have it down pretty good.
Biscuits. That seems hard. No.
Well, a lot of people say it's hard. I wasn't perfect first time I made them. I burnt them a couple times, and then they weren't done enough on the bottom, but I've cooked enough biscuits over the years that they're pretty easy for me.
Yeah. Well, Debbie and Rich Herman, owners of Two Mules Chuck Wagon, they're the 2025 winners of the Chuck Wagon Cook-Off there at Cheyenne Frontier Days. I was going to say, things Dutch oven, and then you say you can do anything. I hear, like, even pizza. Can you do a Dutch oven pizza?
I can do pizza. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. You bet.
Yeah, I can do pizza. I do upside down pizza. Which is kind of cool. It's got the crust on the top, or a regular pizza. You name it. I make cheesecake from scratch in a Dutch oven.
Now that's fancy.
Yeah.
Well, I'm getting hungry again every time I talk to Piper on a Friday. I'm starving. My mouth is watering. Rich, Piper, any experience with, I don't even know why I think of this. It comes to mind when I think of Chuck wagon cooking or outdoor cooking. What about when you bury like a roast pig underground and cook it for days? What is that?
Oh,
yeah.
Have you done pit cooking?
I have done it a couple times with friends when we lived in Colorado.
Yeah.
I haven't done it on my own. I've done a pig on a spit.
Yeah, done that.
Yeah.
Lava rocks are the best thing to line your pit with because they hold that, volcanoes, they hold heat.
Yeah.
So those lava rocks are perfect for it.
Yeah, and we did it. We had a backhoe, so we dug the big pit and then burnt the wood down, and then we put wet burlap over the top of that. And then he had an old bed spring, not a box spring, but the old bed springs. He laid that on top of the burlap, and then we wrapped the pig in tin foil and then wrapped that with wet burlap. put it on the top and then covered it with burlap, covered it up with dirt, left it in there for 24 hours.
Nice.
It was good.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah.
Slow cooking's the best.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, Rich, what are you and Debbie and the crew doing when you're not winning belt buckles in Cheyenne? What are you up in Cody? Do you have what's the day job?
Well, I retired last year, so this is my day job now.
All right.
We do this. My wife, Debbie, she's still working, but she's going to retire in October. And then I go to hunt camp in September, and I'll cook until November for Lee Livingston. So I do that. And after that, I don't know. We're hoping maybe this spring we can go down to Texas and Oklahoma and hit a couple of competitions down there.
Oh, fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. What about, all right, we're going to have to address the elephant in the room, Rich. In all the Western lore, the Western novels and the Western movies I watch, and in some personal experience, the camp cook, known as Cookie, no matter what outfit you hire onto, he's always very cantankerous. You don't want to catch him on the wrong day, and he's a little bit different. What is it about Dutch oven cooking outdoors and cooking the Wild West that creates that kind of cook?
Well, one, you don't get a lot of sleep.
Yeah.
That back in, and even now, like in hunting camp, you get to bed at about 11 o'clock and get up at 4.
Yeah.
So you don't get a lot of sleep. And my wife tells everybody I'm cranky, and I know I get that way because I'm concentrating. I'm trying to get things done fast and get them done. And then when people back in the day, you didn't get between the chuck box and the fire. You stayed out of that.
Big no-no.
And then depending on the cook, he would have a 25 to 50 foot radius around his wagon, and you didn't come into it unless you asked permission. So if you came up and said, "Hey, Cookie, can I enter the kitchen?" and he'd either tell you yes or no. And if he said no, you didn't come in.
But you have a big responsibility in history to make sure that they had rations for the entire span of their time out there on the range. So nobody could come in and take anything from that truck wagon.
Even the trail boss, when it came into camp, Cook was the boss, and what he said went.
Yeah. Yeah. And people's impression that you had an endless supply of beef there for the cook, every beef on the hoof was money for the rancher, and you weren't having steaks. In fact, that leads us.
You got biscuits and beans. That was pretty much what we got with some salt pork.
Yeah, or being inventive. I mean, do you continue? You have the staples, you have stuff that you're probably pretty good at and do in your sleep right now, but are you always thinking of like inventing a new idea? Like, I'm going to try something new here.
All the time.
Yeah.
I'm constantly looking at recipes, and then I'll look at them and say, "Oh, that sounds pretty good." And I might try it as the recipe is written, or a lot of times I'll say, I don't think it needs this, but maybe it needs that. And then we have a fire pit in our backyard. And so I go back out there and I'll cook it. And then Deb's my judge. She says, "Yeah, you can make that again." It's like, okay, this is a winner. Keep it.
Winner.
And if she goes, it was all right. It's like, throw it out, start over. But so yeah, that's how I've done it for forever since I started cooking with Dutch oven.
Hey, here's a question for both of you, Rich and Piper. My wife watches those cooking shows all the time, constantly. The ones from Great Britain, all the cooking shows. You watch any of those shows? Do you learn anything from them?
I do. I don't watch them regularly, but a lot of times, especially like on a Sunday morning or something.
Yeah.
And I'll get up and get a cup of coffee, and there's not much on, so I'll flip on and I'll watch. I'll watch Guy Fieri's shows, and then I've watched Kent Rollins quite a bit. He's on YouTube, but he's a cowboy cook and does Dutch oven stuff. Give a shout out to him if you want to learn about Dutch oven cooking. Excuse me, smoke got me. He's where to go.
There you go.
Yeah, he's got a lot of good ideas, and he's a good guy.
So I don't watch cooking shows, Jake. I was in the industry for too many years. It puts me back in the big industrial kitchens, but I love paging through cookbooks. So always looking for another book to go through and then to hook up with someone who's amazing in the kitchen like Rich and learn how to do it in a different way is always pretty amazing. I mean, you have a flame wherever it may be, you can make a pretty amazing dinner.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, in Dutch oven cooking and in chuck wagon cooking, are you actually cooking with fire, or fire just heated the things that you're then cooking with?
No, you have to cook everything with fire.
All right.
And wood coals, no charcoal. Like I say, it all has to be like it was back in the day. And excuse me, you can't use it like we have a fire pit here. No fire pit. You got to dig your hole in the ground, put your grate over the hole. And it's all cooked like it would have been back in the day.
Oh,
there's nothing modern. Can't have anything.
So with your Dutch oven, Rich, are you balancing those natural coals on top and on bottom of those Dutch ovens? Okay, cool.
So you put a 30-year heat on the bottom, 2/3 on top. And the trick is, now I got some air. With charcoal, I know exactly how many charcoals to put on the bottom and then put on the top to get a 350 oven or 425 degree oven. But when you have to cook with wood, you have no idea. It's a guess. And, you have ways by holding your hand and different things. But that's what makes a competition so good is that there's been times that we've done it and thought we had it nailed and we get it out and we take out the biscuits and the bottoms are burnt.
Oh.
Like, okay. So now you're scrambling, digging through the whole thing, trying to find one that's not burnt. And then you do that, and it happens to everybody. So that kind of evens the playing field because everybody down there is a great cook. I mean, they all can cook.
Do you have a favorite kind of wood you like to cook with?
Mesquite.
Mesquite.
Yeah.
Good hint.
Okay.
It burns hot, makes good cold.
What about a favorite kind of, I don't know what the terminology, your kitchenware, your crockery, your pot, like how long does it take to get it seasoned how you like it? Like if this is the biggest competition ever, this is your go-to pot, like this is the one or whatever they're called. Yeah.
Lodges. I've got some old lodges.
Yeah.
I've got, for my biscuits, I've got a lodge, as far as I can figure out, it was made like in the 1940s.
Oh, nice.
And it's heavy, and it makes really good biscuits. They brown really nice in it.
That's pretty cool. And what's the deal with the UXU ranch? I mean, how many celebrity chefs they got up there in the kitchen? Man, they must be known for their food.
Well, right now, Romy's their only chef. And then they called us and said, hey, Romy needs a day off. You guys mind coming up and cook for us once a week?
Oh, nice.
And so we started cooking up there on Wednesday evenings. And it's gone over really well. The guests really like it.
What's your menu out there?
Same as here. It's a salad, New York strip steak.
Got smoke coming at us.
Get a breath of air. Oh, here, let me get a cup of coffee. So it's salad, New York strip steak, and beans, sourdough biscuits.
Oh, nice.
And
Nothing
blackberry
like
cobbler.
Thanks, Rich. Blackberry cobbler. That's yummy.
Over in smoke.
We're getting the full campfire experience with smoke and all here this morning.
It will move, but the smoke will follow us.
It does. That's just the way it works.
That's the Murphy's Law of campfire. Yeah.
Nothing like coffee over a campfire, though.
Yeah. Well, that's pretty cool. That's something different. We never know what we're going to get from Piper. That's cool. How did you meet up with this award-winning outfit, Two Mules? It's a Cody-based chuck wagon, and they're the champs of Cheyenne Frontier Days. You've been going for a few years now. Piper, how did you hook up with Debbie and Rich and the gang?
Well, I've met Rich when I worked for the museum.
Oh.
And he just has such a great reputation across the state. I mean, when you talk chuck wagon, everyone's saying Rich and Two Mules. So he really has the corner on how to get it done right and authentically. So it's no wonder you won.
Well, we've been working at it for 6 years. Yeah, we've always placed, but we've never won the big award. So
Well, that's awesome. Congratulations.
yeah, we regularly place in beans. Everybody's starting to know me for beans, I guess. and biscuits fairly consistently, and chicken fried steaks. We've taken first 3 times chicken fried steaks.
Nice.
So that feels pretty good when you can make chicken fried steak and beat the guys from Texas.
I
They
love
are
it.
chicken fried steak kings.
Not in this world. It's all happening in Wyoming with 2 mules and Rich.
Woo! That is good. Yeah, I'm starving now. Thanks a lot, Piper, for
Oh, you're welcome. Got your
the-
taste buds going this morning.
You did. Thanks for dropping in. Exciting news. Congrats again, Debbie, Rich, and everybody at 2 Mules Chuck Wagon, 2025 winners of the whole smash Cheyenne Frontier Days and the Chuck Wagon Cook-Off. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, everybody.
Bye.
Bon appetit.
Bon appetit.
Cheers.
Yeah, that sounds too good. I don't have the patience for Dutch oven or Chuck Wagon. I don't have the skill, let's face it, to cook anything. But I don't have the patience from scratch, man. I mean, it's beginning with the fire. You can't just go in the kitchen and turn something on, hit a button. I mean, in Chuck Wagon cooking, authentic, especially in the competition, it starts with a match. I mean, you are starting from scratch and a match. Your ingredients, your fire. That's rugged. That is Western. That is frontier. Eee. Yeah, congrats. I'm reading this in the Cody Enterprise. Nice feature on the Cody team that wins the Cheyenne Cooking Contest. Victoria O'Brien wrote it for Cody Enterprise. Highlighting Debbie and Rich Herman, owners of 2 Mules Chuck Wagon, the 2025 winners of the Chuck Wagon Cook-Off competition at Cheyenne Frontier Days. Delicious. And Piper bringing it to us on a Friday with Cooking Wyoming. Top of the hour news coming up next on the Cheyenne, on the Cowboy and Cheyenne State Daily.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. One of the most famous trial attorneys of the 20th century and a proud son of Wyoming, Jerry Spence died Wednesday in his Montecito, California home at the age of 96. Spence was a legend among the trial bar, especially for his civil practice and criminal defense work. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland was notified of Spence's passing by his family.
Spence's stepson, Chris Hawks, texted me at midnight saying that he had passed. And I stayed up half the night reading his autobiography. And then first thing in the morning, I talked to his law partner of 25 years, Bob Schuster, Jim Fitzgerald, whom he mentored, former Governor Mike Sullivan, who was a friend and a law colleague and a little daunted at times by Jerry Spence during his law career. And really the prevailing theme was that Spence was successful because he faced his fears and he told powerful stories.
Spence rose to national prominence through a series of landmark cases, including a $10.5 million verdict for the family of nuclear whistleblower Karen Silkwood and the successful defense of former Philippine First Lady Imelda Marcos. For more than a century, mineral rights have been carved up, sold off, and passed down through families across Wyoming, often leaving current landowners in the dark about who actually owns what lies beneath their property. Now, Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that lawmakers are proposing to let landowners reclaim long-abandoned mineral estates, resolving tangled ownership dating to the homesteading era and protecting the rights of property owners.
And basically what it would do is create laws like we have for abandoned abandoned property. And so what this law ostensibly would do is revert that ownership to the surface owner and try and give them better standing and basically create a more easy to understand and clear path for these property owners.
The draft legislation is modeled after a similar measure in North Dakota, but lawmakers and stakeholders say it still needs a lot of work. The healthcare landscape in Wyoming just became a little bit rockier with the announcement that one of the 3 healthcare insurers available on the Affordable Care Act's healthcare exchange in Wyoming is leaving the state. Mountain Health Co-op, which insures just over 11,000 people in Wyoming, told its members on Wednesday that it's pulling out of the Cowboy state by the end of this year. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that will leave the Wyoming network with just 2 providers, United Healthcare and Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Wyoming is already a pretty high cost state, and so Mountain Health Co-op had proposed a 32% increase in their premiums. Now they have decided to just pull the plug on Wyoming and exit the state.
Consumers do have options. There are still 2 insurers on the marketplace and hundreds of licensed insurance companies that sell various healthcare insurance products in our state. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Find expert vascular care right here in Wyoming. Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WIVA, is a division of Casper Medical Imaging and is home to experienced subspecialized physicians and physician assistants who provide comprehensive services to treat vascular disease. From PAD and AAA to venous disease, WIVA offers tailored solutions to get you back to enjoying the things you love. Schedule a consultation with WIVA today at caspermedicalimaging.net/WIVA or by calling 307-577-1003.
The Cheyenne-born restaurant chain that brought the world Taco Tuesday and potato olays is quietly saying adios to Wyoming and fully relocating its corporate headquarters to Minnesota after 56 years in business. A former Taco John's executive told Cowboy State Daily's David Madison that the move was kept deliberately under wraps, given the strong emotional ties many maintain with the restaurant chain that started as a taco stand outside the entrance to Cheyenne Frontier Days and now includes around 380 stores.
Just as the soft taco shell binds to the hard taco shell and the taco bravo, the people of Cheyenne have an undeniable bond with this chain. When you have a 56-year-old restaurant, automatically there's going to be nostalgia. Nothing is more nostalgic than smells and tastes and tradition. Taco Bell is the real kind of gorilla in the room that really took over the world of fast food tacos. But you had these regional success stories in Wyoming, parts of Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, all the way to Minneapolis. You had Taco John's.
Despite corporate headquarters now calling Minnesota home, Cheyenne won't soon shake its love for Taco John's. It's embedded in the community's DNA through decades of shared meals and memories. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
There I was, 16, divorced, remarried with a baby, another on the way, and I could barely read or write. It was time for me to change my life and the lives of my family, so I went back and I got my high school diploma. That was the catalyst I needed. Now I have a bachelor's, a master's, and I became a teacher.
Mom, this is your very first yearbook.
Your commitment to education motivates me, your coworkers, and your students.
You showed me that if you come from nothing, you can still be anything.
You told me I deserve to succeed. It's been 15 years, and I still live by that.
You're the model for success for your kids, grandkids, and your students.
When I look at all these success stories, I cannot help but think it all started by getting my high school diploma.
When you graduate, they graduate. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you.
I turned small again. I should have Bags on, and well, I'm glad I have Wendy on, but Bags has this problem with Zoom every Saturday, and
he does.
He jinxed
he's
me.
talked about that. Yeah.
I know, I'm
Poor
small
guy.
again. I should be small though, compared to Wendy, who is the big superstar. We're going to talk about your podcast roundup, what you got going on this weekend.
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. I'm actually working on.
Really?
It takes so long to edit the transcript, and this is a particularly long interview, but don't let that scare you because it's really for a great reason. I got Tom Mangelson.
Oh my goodness.
I know.
He's hard
that's
to
a
get.
big deal.
The guy's always out in the field shooting. He's very hard to corral. I've tried to sit down with him. He's tough.
Oh, Jake, I tried on my own. I tried invoking Mark Hines' names because he'll talk to Mark. But Tom is just really hard to pin down. Well, my partner and I, Dan, had gone to Park City, Utah, and we were just walking down the street. I'm like, that's a Tom Mangelson gallery. And so I walked in and I introduced myself and I said, hi, I'm Wendy Core. I'm with Cowboy State Daily. And the guy there said, Cowboy State Daily? I watch you all the time. I'm like, yes.
Ooh,
great.
Good.
Can you get me hooked up with Tom for a podcast? And within a week, I had a phone call back. So,
yeah,
nice. It pays to go to Park City, I guess.
Yeah.
Walk in and introduce yourself in person.
I like how you did that. Well, that's the old rule of sometimes, I mean, as similar to you got to charm the secretary to get to the CEO. Like you use somebody who's on the inside and they like Cowboy State Daily. They put in the work. Oh, I like that.
It was great. It was great. So my hat's off to Randy. Thanks a lot, Randy, because you got me to Tiffany, who got me to Tom. So that was great.
Nice.
But yeah, so anyway, fascinating conversation with Tom Mangelson. And so that's my podcast tomorrow on the Roundup. And so anyway, but I have to edit the transcript and that takes a while. So I'm working on that this morning. But yeah.
Mangelson's one of those iconic, like in his field, he is top. Yeah, he's the goat in his field, kind of like Jerry Spence, goat in the lawyer world.
Absolutely.
These are icons of Wyoming.
Absolutely. You know, it was so interesting. You know, we have these slugs that we put in to the website when we are saying, this is what you're going to see in the newscast today. And last night for this morning, if you get on our website this morning, you get the newsletter this morning, you'll see that the 3 stories that are slugs are all about the things, people, places that have left Wyoming. So we lost Jerry
departures,
Spence.
yes.
Departures. Departures from we lost Jerry Spence from this earthly plane.
Yep.
We lost Taco John's. You know, we didn't lose the restaurants, but we lost their central office. And we lost our health insurance.
Oh, I didn't even think of that one. Yeah.
We lost our health insurance.
We have 2 insured. I can't believe that.
Yeah.
That's not good.
No, and I was with Blue Cross Blue Shield forever. And then before I started full-time with Cowboy State Daily, I got a Mountain Health, and Mountain Health has been great. And then out of the blue, we get this email saying Mountain Health is no longer going to cover anyone in Wyoming as of, January 1st. I'm like, well, that's a problem.
And yes, and it has to do with tax credits sunsetting and going away. And if you read, you probably read Cowboy State Daily
Renee's
opinion
story.
piece. Renee's story.
No.
The CEO of Blue Cross Blue Shield Wyoming wrote a guest column pretty much echoing. Oh, you got to go read that. She's like,
Okay.
She's worried, and she's in one of the 2 remaining insurers in the state. And she's like, here's why your premiums are going to go up. Here's why everyone's leaving, but us and United. And she paints a not so rosy picture of insurance. It's a problem in Wyoming everywhere, but Wyoming especially. And you'll learn why. Read that.
I will.
Scary. It's really scary.
That.
Yeah.
Wow.
I know. I don't like it.
I don't like it. That is not good. So anyway, between that and Taco John's, and we had a lot of departures yesterday. But how about Claire McFarland getting that story 7 hours before the New York Times had it?
Yeah, scooped everybody. Everybody was just following her lead. Yeah.
But I don't know, and I don't know if you've talked to Claire today or if you've talked to her since since she got that story. But it was so fascinating in the fact that she was personally called by Jerry's stepson.
Chris Hawks.
Yeah.
He called her. And the reason was, and I think that it's awesome, it's because he respected her as a journalist. For a smaller story that he was aware of and that he was a part of, he recognized that she was a faithful journalist, that she was writing the story as the story. She wasn't putting a slant on it. She wasn't missing anything. She was just faithfully telling what the news was. And because she was trusted with that story, he trusted her with this big story. And I just think that says so much about our people. It says so much about Cowboy State Daily's, our reporters, about our staff. And I just think that we've just got such a great thing happening here.
Claire in particular is so good at that. I'm often marveled at what interview subjects she gets to just open up and share. Like, wow, not everyone could have done that. Claire's good at that. Yeah.
Yeah. No, she's just amazing. And so we're so blessed to have her on our team.
Great story, Jerry Spence. There's a lot to that guy, man. Oh man!
Now tell me about you're a Jackson guy. How many times did you interact with Jerry Spence?
I never interviewed him, but yeah, I see him all the time. I see him and Harrison Ford all the time in Jackson.
Do you really?
Yeah,
oh, that's great.
They're really here. They're really here. Jerry was here, at least half the year. Yeah, you would see him all the time. Larger than life kind of guy. He's to lawyering what Lee Iacocca is to the business world. The guys are just transcended to be, the goats of what they do. Mangelson to photography. We're lucky to even know these kind of people. Holy cow.
Isn't that the truth? No, we really are. And again, it goes to the reputation here of Cowboy State Daily that Tom Mangelson is willing to sit down and talk to us. I mean, he talks to Anderson Cooper. He's talking to us too. I think that's pretty great.
Yeah.
But no. So anyway, it was a great conversation with Tom, and I'm putting sprinkling a few of his photos here and there in the podcast as well. So when you watch it, you'll see just a few of those. Because of course he had the most iconic wildlife photo ever. Everybody has seen the photo, the catch of the day, which is that grizzly bear with the fish going in the mouth. I mean, that was his first breakout. Musicians have a breakout song. That was Mangelson's breakout photo. Yeah. And of course, this was before digital photography. So this is an actual real live. He didn't even know that he had that picture until 2 months later when he got his film back.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. He had no idea that he'd actually caught, but he went specifically looking for that picture. I mean, he spent a week just taking picture after picture of just bears getting the fish. That's what he did for a week, and he got that iconic photo.
Because I would think sometimes, like a photo like that, I would think is just happenstance, chance, nope. He was looking intentionally looking for that photo,
that picture.
And if you could share a spoiler alert, I'd be interested in how long, kind of like what Jerry Spence does. We see him when he addresses the jury, but how many hours did he spend studying the law, the case? How many hours does Tom Mangelson spend not clicking or clicking shots that are like, nah, that's not the one, For every
42 days.
For every
42
gem,
days is his longest.
Oh,
42 days. He was after a cougar, a mountain lion mama and her babies in Jackson at the National Elk Refuge. This was back in maybe in the mid 80s. And he did not want to go to what's called a game farm. There's these game farms like in Montana and places like that where they raise these animals in captivity specifically so people can come take pictures of them.
Yeah.
That is, he finds those inhumane and just flat wrong.
I've heard people accusing him of doing that. And I'm like, that doesn't sound like him.
Not at all. Yeah. He is flatly against those. And so he is going to be the guy that's going to go out for 42 days and stalk a mountain lion in the wild and wait for 42 days to get the right picture. And that's what he did, to get these pictures of mountain lions and babies. And like I said, this was back in the 70s or 80s. I'm not sure. I've got to go back and look. Or you could just watch the podcast and listen to the podcast and you'll find out.
That's going to be a huge podcast. You're going to have a zillion downloads. You're going to.
I hope so.
You're going to.
Yeah.
I'm never going to catch your success here on this piddly little show. Dang.
Well, no, your show is great, Jake, and you're out there. You're talking to people. You're bringing news to us. We're watching your show to say, oh, you got the newsmakers on.
Oh, maybe. Actually, coming up, we have somebody who did learn some law from Jerry Spence. Jim Fitzgerald is going to be on the show.
Awesome.
So, yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, I think he's one that Claire talked to, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, Claire talked to him about Jerry's passing. So, good. I'm glad you got him on. That's going to be fun.
He'll provide some really cool insight. Well, I'm looking forward to the roundup with Tom Mangelson. That's Wendy Core. And yeah, check out that podcast. Drops this weekend. Usually it's late tonight. We can get a jump on it, right?
It's up on the website by 7 or 8 o'clock tonight, depending on when they put it up. But yeah, it'll be up.
I call that late for how early I have to go to bed.
I'm with you on that one. Yeah,
it's late at night.
Yep.
Thanks, Wendy.
Okay. Thanks, Jake. Bye-bye.
Have a great weekend. Wendy Core, Cowboy State Daily Show. And don't miss that roundup. One of a lifetime chance to catch up with Tom Mangelson. That's not easy. I've tried to get that guy. He's busy shooting photos of aminals. And Wendy got him on the roundup. The award-winning podcast. We'll take a quick break. We'll get in here with the guy who hosts this show on Saturdays, John Baggett. Your buddy Bags coming up after this.
The Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story will crow about Crowheart and Yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs! We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Hey.
Cowboys State Daily Show with Jake and your buddy Bags will be on tomorrow. Bags, two things, both concerning football.
Yes.
Minnesota Vikings have 2 boy cheerleaders.
Boy, I missed that.
Yeah.
You missed your show, Jake. You miss a lot.
See?
And I got up and mowed the lawn before it gets 90 degrees today.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, no. So 2 of them, huh? Well, hey, they can lift each other and toss each other in the air, I guess.
It's just weird. I can't get used to it. I know there's male cheerleaders in college, and that's so they throw the girls up, but they just don't. They got the pom poms and everything, and I'm like, I don't know, man.
Well, I was early on getting used to female referees.
Oh,
I was coaching middle school football at the time. And this is a true story, and I know there's some great female referees now, all the way up into the pros. But this was middle school, so either 7th or 8th graders in the PAL program, Police Athletic League, that I coached in.
Yeah.
Middle school age boys, 12, 13, 14-year-olds. And this is when it just started with the female referees. And we had a referee, and this is a true story, and I got witnesses. She called my team, called a penalty on my team for ganging up on. It was, we double teamed a kid. Imagine that. Really good ball player. He was getting in our backfield. So we stuck our, guard and then our fullback, and had them both go after a kid, keep him out of our backfield.
Yeah.
And of course, me being Mr. Calm, cool, and collected, not. I went after the male referee that was with her. He didn't even want to look at me. But that is a true story. It was very early on. It was like the first time seeing. So this is probably sometime in the mid-late 90s that I'm talking about, where it wasn't that common to have a female referee. But
and the ganging
dudes as
up on
cheerleaders. Different story.
That reminds me of the call, giving them the business.
Giving them the business.
Ganging up on.
I was just sending it because I'm trying to teach some of the younger people in my life about people like Dick Butkus and Larry Zonka and Ray Nitschke and some of the old-time players. So I sent him a video, an old film clip of Larry Zonka getting called for a penalty for roughing the tackler. But he's carrying the ball.
He would be the one guy who would get.
It is the one guy.
He was, what he did to guys trying to tackle him was brutal. He was the one who brought the aggression. Oh.
Yep. Oh, old days, old school. Yeah. So anyway, okay, we got a couple dudes as cheerleaders, and
the other football story.
There's more.
The kid who hit that 70-yard field goal in preseason, so it's not going to count as a new record long. Cam Little, I didn't know this. Not only has he hit the longest field goal in a competitive NFL game, granted preseason, he's also perfect in point afters going back to high school. He was 24 for 24 in high school. He hit all 129 PATs in college, and he has not missed as a Jaguar 35 for 35 PATs. This guy
how about a shout out to the long snapper and the holder too?
Okay, yeah. They're part of it.
All the way back to high school.
They're part of it. Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing. 70 yards. I mean, that puts points on the board from almost, anywhere on the field. If you can,
you're on your side of the 50 and you line up to kick a field goal. You're like, no way. And man,
well, dude, I am so glad you are like the lead-in king here, because this segue is perfect. My show is football heavy.
Yeah.
And, with high school, college, pro, all getting underway. My first hour, however, the president of the Sheridan Pilot Association, these are the folks with passion for flying here. They've got a big an air show coming up here on August 23rd.
So it's an open house fly-in and air show out here at the Sheridan County Airport. And I've been to it a few times and a few other events they put on. And they fly in these P-51 Mustangs and some of these, classic airplanes that are just amazing to see. And they let you kind of get up in there. A lot of times people don't want you to touch them or see them too close. But so that's coming up. And I've really been involved with a lot of the guys here in town that are involved with the Sheridan Pilots Association. So I wanted to talk to him. That's in the 6 o'clock hour. He'll be sitting right there next to me. And then also here in the your buddy Baggs studio, which is the official name of it now, by the way, my home studio, Buddy Baggs Studio. Head coach of the Bighorn Rams, the 2A defending state champions, Kirk McLaughlin, will be here. And that's when we start talking football tomorrow. We'll be talking about the Rams reloading. They've won a couple of state championships in the last 3 years and undefeated recently. So, man, they've got a lot to kind of, live up to this next group of Bighorn Rams. So we're going to start talking high school football with Coach McLaughlin at 7 o'clock. At 8 o'clock, well, Marty Lenz, he is the morning show host with Gina Gondek at 850 KOA in Denver. But he's also former CSU Ram. He's an alum. And him and I, so he knows that I'm a big Wyoming Cowboy fan. And, we got a couple of Wyoming alums here in my house. And, of course, I worked, as you know, for the Kirk County Sports Radio Network back in the olden days. And so even though I didn't attend University of Wyoming, I'm a passionate Wyoming Cowboy fan. So Marty and I, our paths, I left before Marty came and took over the morning show. But him and I have a lot of friends in common. And so we're going to talk a little smack about Wyoming and CSU football. We're also going to talk about the fact that the Blowtorch, 850 KOA, is celebrating 100 years this year. 100 years of broadcasting, 50,000 watts. So Marty Lenz at 8. And then 9 o'clock, dude, we're going hardcore here. Dave Logan, the Denver Broncos radio booth since 1990. In 1990, he did color. I think he was play-by-play at that time was Larry Zimmer. And then he became the play-by-play voice of the Broncos radio network in 1996. That's 29 years ago. Dave Logan took over. So Dave and I are friends, and he's going to join me tomorrow. We're going to chit-chat not only about the Denver Broncos, who look promising, but he's a CU, a two-sport letterman at CU, and he's also 12-time state champion head coach, high school head coach. 4 different teams. Right now he's with Cherry Creek High School, 5A, all of them 5A schools. He's won 12 state championships as a high school coach. And I know he loves it. And so I don't know how I need about 4 hours just to talk to him. I mean, he is an amazing. I mean, he was one of only 6 people who were drafted in the NFL, the NBA, and Major League Baseball.
Oh.
Yeah. 2-sport letterman at CU at the University of Colorado. And he was the Gold Helmet Award winner in Colorado. That's the player of the year in high school football. So this must have been in the 70s sometime, but he's the best high school football player in Colorado that year. He is an amazing guy, and man, I'm just tickled that he has decided to join me on Cowboy State Daily Radio tomorrow, and that's 9 o'clock. So Dave Logan, hey, we're going to get into it with the Broncos this year. We'll get him to, and maybe CU, what he thinks about the Buffs this year, and Coach Prime, and what this is going to look like at the University of Colorado too. So a lot of football, brother.
Football, flying, and KOA. Wow. Good.
Well, listen, I live about 3 blocks from Sheridan High School.
There's some
fired
football.
up. I could hear the whistles I can hear the rap songs that the kids put on while they're warming up. And then I walk over there with Waylon, my dog, and I watch them practice, and I just get fired up because these kids, the Sheridan Broncs, 4 straight state championships, and they work hard, man. They are out there. So if you're listening in Cheyenne, Casper, Laramie, Gillette, the Broncs they're working hard. So you better be too. I'm telling you.
Yeah. It just doesn't happen by accident. You're out there in mid-August, 88 degrees in pads, and you're working hard, man. That's how you stay on top. Good for them.
I ran into them up in the mountains at 7,600 feet above sea level. Huh. We were up there just goofing off, and they were at camp.
They were taking a lap.
They're working it. And so I wouldn't be surprised if they're good again, ladies and gentlemen, the Sheridan Broncs.
Yeah.
So
great team. I love following that team.
Yeah. So, I don't know. I love football to a fault, passionate. I'll be honest with you, I'm a bigger college football fan than I am pro football, unless it's the Broncos and now the Bills. I'm going to bring that up with Dave, this love affair that Wyoming has with the Bills and Josh Allen. We'll see what he has to say about that.
Yeah, I don't know we've ever seen that. A university spending money and creating some ties with an NFL team. That's interesting.
Well, I get a kick out of it when they introduce, the players, they introduce themselves, and he says, "Go Pokes."
Yeah.
I mean, I have family. I was born in Oswego, New York, which is more upstate than Western. But I got family right there in Buffalo, Rochester, Fulton, Syracuse. And so, man, I claim Josh. It's like, here's our gift to you.
Yeah.
So, anyway. But Bo Nix, come on. I mean, if you're a Josh Allen fan, you like some of the attributes he brings.
Yeah.
Bo Nix has some of those.
Oh, yeah. Last year, I think he definitely proved he's the guy. I'm worried about a sophomore jinx this year, but he's your guy. I mean, this is a decade. Keep him paid, but that's a guy who can lead the team for the next 10 years. He looks good.
I thought he looked mediocre. He only played, probably 10, 12 plays in that first preseason game. I mean, the Broncos beat the Niners like 30-9 or something like that. But when Bo went out, they were losing like 9-3 or something like that. And he, threw some passes that were short and into coverage. So I'm still very optimistic about him, but I didn't think he had a great start against the Niners last week.
Yeah. It's hard to take away anything from preseason. I wish these guys wouldn't even play. Every snap, I fear like your top guy's going to go down for the season. It's not worth it. I don't like preseason.
I do know. Well, sometimes the last preseason game is the best one to watch because now you got guys who are trying to make the roster.
Yeah,
so they're going balls out. They're all the way. They're not messing around. They want to play. They want to make the roster. They want the check. And so they're playing hard. So if I ever going to recommend to anybody to watch preseason, make sure you're watching the last one. You won't see any of the starters, but you will see some blue chip, D1 college football players trying to make an NFL roster, and they're going all out.
Yeah, if not make that team, they want tape for another team, so there's tape on them. Like, look what I did.
That's what they do, yeah, you're right.
They do go hard in that last game. Good point. Bags, you're going hard tomorrow and every Saturday. I'm going to enjoy
play some football.
You are ready,
the season, bro. I'm going to talk to Trevor Wilson at some time, the director of the Wyoming High School Athletic Association, and I got to talk about everything. We got to talk about all the sports with the athletic director for the state, and he's going to find out right away that I kind of get focused on football, but we will expand your buddy Bags Horizons when I get him on. Maybe the next week or the following, we'll talk to him about high school sports.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. He's sort of new to the job, isn't he? Didn't he take over for long-time guy?
Yeah, you're going to put me on the spot. I can't remember. I just did the research on Trevor, too.
Yeah, I can't remember who was there before.
He's been a couple of years is all he's been in that position.
Yeah.
But, we'll see if he's available. We'll get him on. We'll talk about high school sports in general.
All right.
Yeah. All right. Well, if to you and your listeners, if you got a question for any of these guys, you can text my studio at 307-278-9598. Text me and leave the question. I'll shoot it by Dave Logan, Coach McLaughlin, or Marty Lenz, and Justin Hyde. So come on, bring it.
All right. Thanks, man, for popping on, previewing what's coming up tomorrow, Saturday.
Hey, thanks for letting me chat with the Jake Nichols crowd.
Yeah. It's your buddy Bags tomorrow on the Cowboy State Daily Show. And we'll take a break and get Jim Fitzgerald in here pronto. Toot sweet, as they say, after this.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a finally Friday. Joining us It's Jim Fitzgerald. He began his law practice in 1975, founded the Fitzgerald Law Firm in 1982, and he had the good fortune to learn a few things or two from one of the legends. Jerry Spence, we're remembering him today. What a guy. Claire McFarland's story, she talked to Rob Schuster, business partner. Bob Schuster talked about Jerry Spence and the things you didn't see about him. We all know, and we picture him swashbuckling in the whole fringe jacket, addressing the jury with his opening statement. That was the flash of Jerry Spence. Mr. Schuster said, you had no idea how many hours go into preparing for that. You should have seen the guy that was poring over the law books at 5 a.m. I mean, the work he put in. Jim Fitzgerald shows us another side of Jerry Spence maybe a lot of us didn't know. We know the fierce trial lawyer that Spence was, but you talked about a warm, generous guy who he took up the cause of underdogs in a courtroom, but he truly cared about underdogs and people. And he was really generous with his time and his knowledge. Share a little bit, Jim, about Jerry Spence.
Jake, my father was a psychologist in Evanston, Wyoming. Kind of an odd combination of backgrounds. He also was a Marine for 7 years, including all of World War II. He did a little moonlighting for Jerry, and his field was assessment, what today we'd call a neuropsychologist, where you give all the tests and find out about people. And he told me if I were ever thinking of becoming a lawyer, I needed to get to know Jerry Spence because he was brilliant. And my father would know, that's his field. So over time, I did get to know Jerry, and I found out just how extremely competent he was, and I found out how he got to be that way.
Was it just we know he was gifted with his words. I mean, he was a philosopher poet disguised as a lawyer. I mean, this guy, when he talked to you, mesmerized juries and anyone he talked to. But was he really that smart? Like, was he just outsmart other lawyers, or was he just that intelligent?
He would out-human other lawyers. Jerry went to work on himself, went to a thing called the National Training Laboratories, and the person who was running this group put a watch in the middle of the group in a circle and said, "There's your mother, talk to her." And so that was kind of the first time Jerry was led to look at his feelings about his mother's death. And it opened him up. He realized the great power of finding out about who you were and being that person.
And for all the flash of Jerry Spence and his great accomplishments in the world of law, you mentioned that he's at the core, it was about humans, and he was just authentic to the core. I mean, he was a real guy. Whenever I heard him talk about justice and things like that, he railed against big government, corporate America. And he was an authentic kind of guy.
Absolutely. And he worked on that authenticity, and we can all be who we are, but we hold ourselves back. But Jerry trained me and a lot of other lawyers to look at who they were inside and deal with what was going on with them as a human. I can tell you a story about the first time I had formal training from him, if you'd like.
Yeah, tell me what that's all about, this Spence method, and you go on to mentor others using the same things you learn. I want you to talk about that. But yeah, what is one of the first things you learned under a master?
Well, the old National College for Criminal Defense, now known as NACDL, was helmed by another Wyoming lawyer, John Ackerman from Upton. And Ackerman had clerked for Jerry when he was in law school. And so they got together and they said, why don't we have a session with lawyers where we put things into action and explore the feelings that are going on, as opposed to just, here's how to give an opening statement. Be sure to do these 3 or 4 things. It was, who are you and what are you going to do with yourself, using yourself to be a good advocate. So they set up a gathering in Jackson Hole, nationwide invitation, and I went. And Jerry said, well, our first exercise is going to be talking about something where something went haywire for one of you in a courtroom. Who would be willing to talk about that? So a young man stood up and he said, well, I got in a big row with a judge and it hurt my client, hurt my case. Jerry said, say no more, we're going to put it into action. So what that meant was they went on to set up a courtroom, just putting a chair here and a chair there and a jury, and so they said, well, we need a prosecutor. I stood up and I said, I'll be the prosecutor. And other people were enrolled in other roles. Jerry said, I'm going to be the judge. So to make a long story short, he put into action this exact interaction between the young lawyer and the crusty judge. And the judge got mad at the lawyer and the lawyer got mad at the judge, and they wound up in a big argument, and that hurt the client's case. So Jerry said, okay, well, we're going to reenact that. And they did. So I'm sitting over to the side, one side of the courtroom, and the witness stand is on another side of the courtroom, and the witness is there, and this lawyer starts cross-examining him harshly. That's what the judge got on him about. And I stood up and I said, I object, Your Honor. And Jerry turned to me and he said, you little SOB, you shut up and sit down and do not get up again. Well, what's that about? Well, it's about what the judge was feeling. Don't interrupt me. I'm in charge of this. You stay out of this. And so I did exactly what Jerry said, and I figured out later, it took me a while to figure it out, that I was completely and totally intimidated. And that was a very important lesson to me. I worked 40 jobs. I worked my way through my education. I went to Vietnam. I thought I was a pretty worldly guy. And here I was just sunk in my fear. Well, that taught me a whole lot. And here's what it taught me: that I could be intimidated. I could have any particular feeling if I would just acknowledge it. And when Jerry taught me to acknowledge my fear, then it became a tool instead of a hindrance. So later on, in fearful situations, one of which included Jerry, in real life, not reenactment, I was fearful. But what his training did for me is it gave me a split second to say, oh, I feel that. That's fear. I've felt that before in lawyering. And now I have a choice. I can act on it and sit down and shut up, or I can acknowledge it and move on and do the right thing. A hugely powerful lesson.
That's a common theme in Jerry Spence in his writings. That's what he talks about, this fear. It comes up again and again. And the Jerry Spence method, I think, is Jerry saying in his own life what he learned is he didn't get rid of his own fear. He didn't throw it away. He figured out a way to address, to acknowledge it, face it, and then use it to his advantage. Is that a big part of the teaching? Is that what you go on now to do? Since 2000, you've also been training people, instructing people in the Jerry Spence method. Is a lot of it have to do not only with allowing lawyers to be their own personal style, like you might do this, you might have that style, and that's great, Jerry would say, but also fear. How big a fear was that a topic in training lawyers?
It's a major factor.
Yeah.
And, Jerry would say when he was teaching, he said, these corporate lawyers with their tasseled shoes and their silk suits can't beat me. I'll tell you who can beat me, he would say. The person who can beat me is the frightened little woman who is willing to be her authentic self. That's who can beat me. Because that's the power of authenticity.
Yeah.
And if you're authentically afraid and you don't just try to push it down, but instead see it as a tool, you're empowered.
Well,
it's a lot to think about.
We're not going to have the benefit of one-on-one with Jerry Spence anymore, but we will have people who were mentored by him, who learned from him, passing on some of his methods and advice. Sooner or later, though, the Jerry Spence as the icon, the GOAT as we know him, is going to be diluted down, and we're going to forget about him in time. But I don't know. You think a lot of his stuff can live on in what you learned, and then you can show another lawyer, and we can keep this going?
Absolutely. And Jerry had a favorite saying. He said, and he knew he had a gift, but he said, the gift is not complete until it's passed along. Well, I'm not Jerry Spence, but I am myself. And that was his gift to me. Be yourself. Find out who that person is.
Jerry was just a larger than life guy and just happened to be a lawyer. Could he have been anything else? Could he have been, it probably could have been a pretty good car salesman. Could he have gone into any walk of life and been Jerry Spence?
Well, whatever walk of life he went into, assuming that he had done the work, which he did, to find out who he was, he would have flourished in it. Yes. Anyway, I think he's probably the brightest man I ever met. And I have faith in my father's assessment of him.
Yeah. Wow. Well, it's great to get insight. Anything else you want to pass along?
Well, I want to say that Jerry Spence was a law and order man. People wonder about that. They say, well, he represented these people charged with crimes and got them off, but he was a law and order man. And here's one of the very admirable things about him. There was a bombing in Evanston back in the 70s, and nobody could crack that case. Judge Brown, who was the district judge over there, called Jerry and asked him if he would come in to the case and investigate it and prosecute it if the evidence pointed in that direction. And Jerry agreed to do that, and he did it all for free. And I actually had to work against him in that case. I represented the young man who built the bomb and put it in the house that exploded. And that was very fearsome. So when I showed up, and this is in Evanston, my hometown, Jerry was on the sidewalk with his two partners, all three of them all three were glaring at me. And Jerry said, well, what do we have here? Another lawyer who tells us we shouldn't kill his client? What is that, Jim? Is that the Eighth Amendment? I said, no, Jerry, it's one of the 10 Commandments. And let me tell you what that was. It wasn't Jim being a smartass. It was Jim being aware of the fact, ooh, this is scary. My client may go to the gas chamber. Well, in those days, lethal injection. And so I had that same split-second instant to be able to say, that's fear. Now I'm not going to act on my fear. I'm going to choose something else. So that's an example. And it went from there to where eventually he said, look, I'm going to tell you how I'm going to convict your client, and you go tell him, and then we'll see if he's got anything to say. And I said, well, I'm not going to do that, Jerry. You are. He said, I'm not talking to your client. And he stormed out. But he came back, said, okay, let's go talk to him. And I said, well, all right, Jerry. But now remember, I'm not operating out of fear now. I'm operating out of acknowledgement of the fear, but then going ahead and doing my job. I said, okay, you talk, he listens. If he starts talking, I'm going to end it. I got to be effective as his lawyer. So Jerry said, well, before I talk to him, I want to talk to his parents. Can you get them over here? And so they came over. We went to breakfast. Jerry said to the mother, Mama, if I could reach inside you and pull all that pain out of you, I would do it. She just melted. Like she was, first time her pain had been acknowledged. He turned to Dad and said, Dad, this young man needs to know he's okay with you. Will you go talk to him and let him know that? So Dad and I went and talked to him, and then the young man was ready to talk. And so he talked and admitted that he had done some of the things that that led to this terrible tragedy. But here's another key point about Jerry. He was highly observant. After he talked to the client, I said to him when we were outside, out under one of the pine trees at the courthouse, he said, do you think I got to him? And I said, I don't know. And he said, well, I think so, because when I mentioned the hitchhiker, there was a hitchhiker involved, his nostrils flared. And I said to myself, I have got to learn everything I can from this man. Who can be so observant? Well, why did his nostrils flare? Because he was afraid Jerry had struck a nerve, a key point that was not well known in the evidence, but that hitchhiker was going to be able to identify the bomber, because the bomber picked him up on his way out of town, so he'd have somebody to keep him awake and wouldn't run off the road and get caught. Now that's power. And so, here you see he addresses the feelings of the parents, not just, well, now your boy is in a lot of trouble here and you better go tell him to fess up. That wouldn't have done it, because what would they have? They'd have fear. So that's just an example of his great powers.
Yeah, and his study of humans, of human behavior. This is not a lawyer who had his nose stuck in all the law books you see behind every lawyer. Like, he took it to a human level. There's never going to be another like him, but Jim Fitzgerald, 1 degree of separation with Jerry Spence, who we lost at age 96 this week. Jim, thank you. Have a great weekend. Appreciate you coming on.
You bet. It was my privilege.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Hey, we're out of time. We got to run this one to the end. We'll see you again Monday, same time. Don't forget the Cowboy State Daily Show with John Baggett. Your buddy Bags with you tomorrow morning.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.